Lakers over the Celtics in the NBA Finals this year. Luka Doncic, NBA Finals MVP. One more nail in the coffin of Nico Harrison, who probably won't get fired, so it won't even be a coffin. But it'll go down as the worst trade in NBA history and one that results immediately in a championship for the Lakers. All right, fun show. We'll do it again tomorrow. Do it every day, Monday through Friday, 2 to 6 a.m. Eastern. The Pat Boyle Show on the Infinity Sports Network. Thanks to Pete the Body. Thanks to Marco Belletti. Thanks to you guys, the callers. You were fantastic. Keep up with me on Twitter at PatBoyle44. We'll do it again tomorrow. Smell ya.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Maggie and Perloff on the Infinity Sports Network.
Curry will be on the inbound. He's the most dangerous guy to get it back. And he gets it out to Morant. 5 seconds. 5-second violation. They could not inbound. 5 seconds. Oh, my goodness. Calamity.
As only Kevin Harlan can on TNT. And that was one of the turning points of the game last night. Welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. Warriors win, kind of escape with a win against the Memphis Grizzlies. Ja Morant was playing on an ankle injury at the end of the game. They couldn't get the ball in bounds when Memphis was down 3, Pearl. They had more than ample time on the clock. There was like over 6 seconds. So Memphis could have gotten a shot off, could have gotten a look. They don't. Steph Curry was the closer last night in this game. They were only going as far as Steph was taking them last night. This is being billed as a Jimmy Butler game because I guess he was the high scorer by 1 point, and he had a very good game.
Jimmy Butler had 38 points, like 10 points higher than any game he's had on the Warriors.
And he had 4 in the fourth quarter where Steph scored like 13 of their last 16 points, was everything at the free throw line for them, and hitting back-to-back threes that were huge. And Steph, you heard in the highlight, he was even guarding the inbounds pass, and we don't even ever talk about Steph's defense, but that maybe had more to do with Memphis's coaching.
But you can't say you weren't blown away by Jimmy showing up here.
I was way more impressed with what Steph did down the stretch than what Jimmy Butler did, but that's kind of besides the point. I just think Steph deserves the flowers today.
He's Steph Curry. The point is, I think that they're a whole new team, and with Jimmy Butler, I mean, I think they're beyond exalted that Jimmy showed up like this.
Oh, no doubt.
He's not looked like that at all this year.
But 2 big turnovers in the fourth quarter. Didn't have a lot of, attempted 2 shots. I mean, didn't take a 3. Had 2, made 1 shot. It just in the fourth quarter, this was Steph, and even Jimmy Butler said it. This was Steph playing Superman. I mean, he bailed their behinds out. Draymond Green fouled out. No.
Butler had 38 points. I'm looking at his line, 38 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 3 steals.
Yeah. And
all of this is like a season high.
I get it. And it was a 1-point game with seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
And it would have actually been a lot worse for the Warriors if Steph Curry didn't come in and play absolute hero. Absolute hero. And so here's the thing about the game last night. Yeah. It's one game. I get it. Memphis and Golden State have a good history. It's fun. It gets chippy out there. All that stuff is awesome. I'm a little concerned here for the Warriors. I was somebody who thought they could really go on a run here. And again, you're right. Jimmy has been a great addition.
Well, Jimmy's has not played like this, but if you get last night's Jimmy, then that's a great addition.
Right, he had a 30-point game in that Clippers overtime loss too, but it's a good addition. It is good. It's just they're going to go as far as Steph takes them. And you could say, well, that's not a bad way. Like, that's not a bad air quotes problem to have, but I'm a little concerned. They let Memphis hang around in this game with Ja Morant hobbled. You're at home. This is a must-win. It's a play, must-win. Not technically, but, you want to advance here. You want to avoid playing OKC. And it was turnovers, and it was basically, again, Steph having to be the hero. And so I'm somebody who thought the Warriors could really go on a run here. I'm not taking that fully off the table, but a little concerned after last night.
So you have no belief in playoff Jimmy. That's not even a thing to you.
Playoff Jimmy is fine, but the game last night was playoff Steph. Like, playoff Jimmy was there for 3 quarters, but it's an NBA game. When it's a 1-point game with seconds left on the clock, and this is under a minute, Draymond's been fouled out. He's long gone on the bench. and Jimmy was nowhere. This was Steph, and that's great. That's awesome. I'm just saying I found it interesting that the Warriors couldn't put the Grizzlies away a little bit quicker and more convincingly, considering Morant was hobbled and considering they got a new coach like a week ago. They're trying new lineups because of injuries. Like they're experimenting out there, the Grizzlies. And the fact of the matter is they just couldn't get the inbounds, and that was really the difference, because if Desmond Bane has a clean look at a three, this is a totally different conversation we're having today.
Yeah, I would think coming into this, and I don't know for sure what the line was. I think the Rockets Warriors was probably a pick 'em yesterday before this. I think actually it might lean a little more Warriors, because I don't think everyone expected Jimmy Butler to do that. I mean, did you honestly expect 35-year-old Jimmy Butler to get 38 points last night?
Well, kind of. I mean, this is the thing about these veteran players and, playoff Jimmy, or, guys who have, I know Jimmy's never won a title, but have like championship DNA, which the Warriors have. This is their time of year. Now you're going to, the Warriors are going to get a chance to rest. They are going to get a chance to kind of re-up, but,
I mean, I still think they're figuring it all out, because Jimmy hasn't been there that long. I think there's enough positive signs that that guy still exists. Like, I'm not sure they knew that was there. So I'm more excited about Jimmy Butler having sort of by a mile the game of the season. So now they bring that into the Rockets, because otherwise they're going to have some problems with Houston.
No, I don't even know if they'd be here if they had not made the Butler trade. Like, so.
Oh yeah.
I'll give them that. No, this is way more exciting that the Warriors are here, that they're doing this, that Jimmy is turning it on. But I still feel like they're going as far as Steph is taking them. Again, I'm not saying that Jimmy can't be the closer for a game, but it just felt like that.
Yeah. I mean, here's the question: do you think that this Warriors team, who I admit scared you last night, can take the Rockets?
I thought it'd be nothing's going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. I understand that. I was feeling a little more confident before last night. Again, it's one game, and it's Memphis came to play, and they would not go away, or the Warriors couldn't put them away. But it's going to have to be the Steph Curry and the guts and guile here, and more games like that from Jimmy for sure. It's going to have to be like neck up kind of stuff, like how they eventually won this game, which was Memphis couldn't get the ball in. And in a crucial moment. So maybe they're smarter. Maybe they're way more seasoned. The moment's not going to be too big for them. And I think that's, and Steph's ability to just be Superman at the end of games. I mean, the clutch shooting in the fourth quarter, it's not like he was getting some clean looks, but not a ton. They were on him. So
I'm going to go with my man, Todd Golden, Florida basketball coach. Points in the second quarter are worth as much as points in the fourth quarter. 2 points, 3 points is 3 points. So I don't totally agree with you denigrating what Jimmy did because he didn't show up in the fourth quarter. I think I don't know for sure, but I think the odds shifted more towards the Warriors last night, because I don't think we knew for sure that playoff Jimmy could be there. I didn't know. I've watched him this year. He looks slower. I mean, even last night he's not exactly blazing up and down the court. He's got, I love it, kind of like, looks like LeBron. LeBron doesn't picking his spots. So I think this Warriors team, yes, it was nerve-wracking last night, but I still think that they are significant favorites over Houston. Because Houston is, again, you just said it perfectly. Mentally, is Houston ready to knock out Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler? That is a tall task.
Yeah, and Draymond, although Draymond did foul out last night. He only played 6 minutes in the fourth quarter.
Again, but how many playoff wins, and the young guys on Houston, how many playoff wins do they have? I know they have some older guys too, but I think it looks kind of, I think mentally it's going to be a little daunting when you see Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler walk out there.
Yeah, no kidding. 888-710-4ISN on in the Bay Area. Love to hear from you guys about how you're feeling about your Warriors. We're also welcome back to a little NBA playoff officiating. Oh, how we missed you guys. Everyone said when we watch college basketball, it's like, oh, you will love the NBA refs because college refs are so bad. Nah.
Not last night.
No, not last night. NBA refs still stink. 888-710-4ISN. Yes, that was a little bit about last night and the Warriors now. I'm curious, are you feeling better about them? Are you feeling a little dubious? Dubious about the Dubs?
I'm the petty king.
What do you think, EJ?
I think the issue with the Rockets matchup is I don't think they play anything like the Grizzlies. So I think the question becomes playoff Jimmy or play-in Jimmy, I guess was yesterday. Can he do that against a team that's going to be way more athletic on the wings and way better defensively? Because like he's going up against smaller players. Desmond Bane is like 6'5", trying to guard him. He's strong, but he's short and slow. Like the Grizzlies didn't have a perfect match. By the end of the game, they tried to put Jaren Jackson on. They actually probably should have played him on him a lot earlier. They need to be able to have that same replicated effort, but you're going up against, Cam Whitmore can jump out the gym, and Amin Thompson is one of the best defensive players in the NBA at only 20 years old. Like, they got some 6'7", 6'8", long, athletic, fast guys. And Perloff's talking about Jimmy looking at steps slow. Can he still do that against those younger athletic players and a much better defensive team in Houston would be my question.
So, wait, does Amin Thompson cover Curry? I was wondering about that.
That's the other question.
I think he does.
Well, so Fred VanVleet, they won a title with Fred VanVleet covering Stephen Curry in Toronto, right? So
something else big happened in that series.
Yeah, Kevin Durant got hurt, but I mean that
popped an Achilles.
Of course, but that wouldn't have changed the matchup. Like Fred VanVleet, like he was a big reason why they won that series. I know they talk about Kawhi all the time, and Kawhi was awesome, but his defense on Steph was great. And I would think that the first step would be you put Fred VanVleet on Steph because of what he did in the finals way back in the day, and then you give Amin Thompson, Jimmy Butler.
I mean, we're just not ignoring the big story will be Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green trying to elicit technical fouls out of each other. That is gonna be wild.
He's another good defender.
Dylan Brooks could cover Jimmy Butler
absolutely.
too. But I think Draymond's going to try and get him kicked out of the series. I guarantee that's happening.
Draymond can get himself kicked out of the series.
Yeah, I mean,
that's backfires on Draymond constantly.
That's NBA playoffs for the last 15 years. Is Draymond going to get kicked out or not? But Dylan Brooks is right behind him. I mean, he will. Yeah, there are some great matchups in that series. I just think I'm going to skew old. You saw it last night. Old helps. In this situation, like Curry's been there 150 times.
I mean, him guarding the inbounds and really disrupting, again, what should have been Memphis's final last gasp. I mean, they were only down by 3. They had over almost 7 seconds. No timeouts, but like you're an NBA team. Like you have this play drawn up, right? Right, Memphis?
Steph is the reason why you got to feel good about the Warriors. Like that game, maybe not so much because it was so close. But
Steph was amazing.
It feels like when the games are close, somehow his clutch shooting has gotten better in recent years. Like that was kind of a little bit of a little knock on him. Because he's a great shooter, but he doesn't have a lot of game winners, a lot of closeout kind of shots. Now I feel like fourth quarters he doesn't miss.
No,
and he doesn't seem to make bad decisions either too. So that would scare me if I was Houston. Is can you match what you saw in that fourth quarter? That's where Golden State has a massive advantage.
This is a blistering hot takes that Steph Curry's awesome. Like, wow. I can't believe who is this young kid out of Davidson emerging on the scene.
I'm just saying with 4 titles.
Rings.
I just think that this is being touted as like Jimmy Butler's back. It's like that.
Sedell's brother?
Jimmy Butler at the game of the year. I think EJ's right. I don't think he could do that against Houston. If he could do what he did last night. I mean, also too, there's something funny about Memphis, and the defense was not great last night. I can't quite figure out why isn't Memphis a better defensive team?
I don't know. Look at new coach.
Missing one of the best defenders, Jalen Wells. Remember, broke his wrist.
Yeah,
flagrant foul. So that hurt him.
This Steph Curry guy. I know. News at 11 that he's amazing.
So you guys are saying that Steph Curry hitting threes at the end of the game is a secret weapon for the Warriors?
I'm just saying Jimmy disappeared in the fourth quarter, and this is being called the Jimmy game. Steph saved everybody's tush. Everyone's.
Steph Curry, the former Toronto native.
What's that?
He is from Toronto.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's born in Cleveland, though, wasn't he? Born in Cleveland, where the same hospital as LeBron.
Dell played with the Raptors for a little bit, so he grew up in Toronto.
But he's Carolina. He'd fight you over
His
there.
wife is Canadian.
Yeah.
But wasn't he born in the same hospital as LeBron?
He was born in Akron, yes. In the same
amazing.
hospital.
This little kid from Akron came out of nowhere to hit a bunch of threes last night, and it wasn't LeBron.
Northeast Ohio.
Who could have ever thought? 888-710-4ISN. Good morning, Warrior fans. How are you feeling about this last night? We have a lot to get to, including tons of NFL draft intel and a interesting quote that is getting a lot of blowback from Travis Hunter, the reigning Heisman Trophy winner, about playing offense and defense when he gets to the NFL, wherever he goes. 888-710-4ISN. Does he deserve the blowback for this comment? We'll get into that as well. It's M&P. Good morning.
I'm the petty king.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back, Maggie and Perloff Show. I think I've been pretty consistent, Maggie. There's several draft players I love, but there's one that I love above all others, and that's Travis Hunter. I would do anything if I was any team in the top 10 to get that dude, except for the Titans need a quarterback. So they take care more. But after that, I would trade up to number 2. Like, I think he is the truth at any position, and I would play him 60 minutes a game until he totally collapses.
Yeah, I know. You have no thought about whether or not his body will break down.
No.
You have no concern about, the acclimation to the NFL. Like, there's no worries for you. You're like, let's play 40 snaps on both sides of the ball and let's go.
I heard Deion Sanders talking about how the pace of the NFL is so much slower than college. Like, it'll be easy for Travis Hunter. He's going to get bored playing one way. I can't even imagine. Why would you have him sitting on the bench? He's going to be like Deion. You couldn't play against Deion because if you threw the ball just 5 feet off, he's going to pick it off and run it back for a touchdown. Travis Hunter is Deion 2.0, but a much better receiver than Deion.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Travis Hunter won, both, not just the Heisman, but won the college award as the best wide receiver in the country and also the best defensive players. I get that, but Deion Sanders didn't play offense like Travis Hunter plays offense.
You mean as far as durability-wise?
Yes, just the pure amount of snaps that he's playing. He led Colorado in touchdown receptions last year.
Deion played baseball later in the day. Deion did plenty of stuff.
No, he did, but different, right? Different, not football snaps. Not more football snaps. Deion had cool packages for him on offense. It was awesome. And he's one of the greatest football players ever.
Punt returner I've ever seen in my life.
No doubt. But so here's the comment that Travis Hunter made to CBS Sports last week, where he was asked, so this is not to him volunteering the information. I do want to be clear about that. He was asked if an NFL team told him it would only allow him to play either wide receiver or corner. Hunter's response was, then I'm never playing football again. Because I've been doing it my whole life and I love being on the football field. I feel like I could dominate on each side of the ball, so I really enjoy doing it.
I'm just different.
Just different, and I get that. But here's the thing. To think that there is going to be no grace period, warm-up period, welcome to the NFL moment, getting used to this, that's insanity.
Well, he's playing on a bad team.
Every rookie has that.
But you have to the caveat. He's not on a playoff team. He's going to go to a bad team, so you don't need that warm up period. Just throw him in there because the team doesn't have a lot of great players.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I don't know if it's because if it's not about the playoffs the first year, if he goes to the Browns or whatever,
Browns, Giants,
a team that's
Patriots.
not going to be expected to do a lot, then you have to make it even more, I think, about the individual development. Mm-hmm. And the worst thing that could possibly happen is the guy gets hurt right away, and then he's sitting on the sidelines, in my opinion. And I'm not saying that he can't get hurt playing 5 snaps. You can get hurt playing 1 snap. I get that. You don't want to play scared. But to throw him into, this crazy, unprecedented schedule, like, you don't think other guys in the NFL want to be on the field all the time?
No,
of course they could. Of course they do.
No, I don't think anybody wants to do this except Travis Hunter. I don't think there's a single player in the entire NFL who wants to play every snap of the game. I mean, yeah, there are probably some guys who want to line up on offense, like especially the linemen. They love that to get in. But I don't think other people. No, I don't think we've ever seen anything like this. He's Shohei. He is Shohei Ohtani of football.
Yeah, but nobody is barreling into Shohei, at full speed and trying to take out his knees.
Well, honestly, throwing a 102-mile-an-hour fastball is more dangerous than anything Travis Hunter is going to do. Travis Hunter, wide receiver and cornerback, you can probably protect those positions a little bit. One thing you have to tell Travis Hunter is I do not want you tackling on run plays. Just keep your nose out of that.
You're not telling him anything. He's doing. See, this is the other part too, and I know I'm going to get blowback for this, and I just want to make it very clear that I appreciate the confidence that Travis Hunter is showing, and I'm excited to watch him, and I'm rooting for him because I want to see how this goes. We would criticize other draft picks for being this me first. What happened to whatever the team needs? How about that? Like, that's what the stock answer usually is. Offense or defense, whatever they want me to do. I'm a rookie. I'm coming in here to learn. Not if I can't play both ways, I'll quit. Like, I get he's saying he would rather, like, it's a desire, it's a need. He feels like he can handle it, and I love the confidence. But we would criticize other players for having this like me over the team kind of aspect.
So this guy wants to play every snap, and that's a me first move?
Yes.
I think a me over the team is Jay Cutler sitting on the bench saying, I'm not going in for the Chicago Bears.
That's a different
This
type.
is the opposite. He's saying, I want to help the team on every single play of the game. If it was up to him, I'll bet you he'd go out with special teams. This is the ultimate team move.
Okay, but here's the thing. You don't even know if you can handle this. So if you're out there, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, if you're out there getting cooked on one side of the ball, are you really helping?
Well, no, that's not accurate for Travis Hunter. It wouldn't even cross his mind that he would be cooked on one side of the ball. He thinks he's the best cornerback and the best wide receiver, and that's the mentality you need for those positions. And not only that, you act as if we didn't just have last season as evidence. Like college football projects into the NFL. That's how we do this thing. I mean, and again, you were all on board Travis Hunter in college. Why?
Picked him to win the Heisman and won some money. I appreciate Travis
What's the
Hunter.
difference? You're saying the NFL is just bigger and stronger, but we have to project everybody from the college to the pro level. I mean, Cam Ward, he's going to go against much better defenses, but we're not
Right.
worried about him. So I think that I think that this is misplaced worry because Travis Hunter is generational.
That's
he is
fine.
ridiculous.
But he's going to have a career that's more than just his rookie season. And so the idea that, like, I'm going to shoot out of the gate here and I'm going to be the greatest thing that this league has ever seen, which is kind of what he's saying.
Yes.
And I can do this thing that nobody's done. I do want to see it, but I'm not expecting it week one against who are they? I don't even know the Browns. We don't even know yet who they're going to play week one. Whatever. I don't need to see a week one against Pittsburgh or whoever they're going to start the season off with.
Oh man!
To think you're coming out here, I don't want to play if I can't do both sides of the ball. Who is you? He's awesome. He's the Heisman winner, and I love him. But that wouldn't we be saying that about anyone else who's never played an NFL snap?
I guess so, but it's a little bit of this Deion thing too. He's basically lived with Deion, has connected him. Like he's not going to be your normal guy. He's going to be super flashy and brash. That's what you want out of your quarterback and your wide receiver.
Sure.
That is probably the most important thing is confidence. So I love it, and I love every interview with him. He's hysterical.
No, I know.
He's an incredible personality. Yes, he might be a little loose around the corners. I remember that was the issue with his girlfriend. I thought he can be sensitive. They were going after his girlfriend on social media, and he really bothered him, which I get.
Yeah.
But he's a lot. But I think you're talking about wide receiver and cornerback. I think you want flash there, especially if you're Cleveland and New York, teams that have had nothing to be excited about for a long time.
I'm talking about 1 of 53. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm
but he's 2 of 53.
Okay.
He's
Fair.
not 1 of 53.
2 of 50, even 2 of 53, because he's not talking about, this is not being, unless he's really singing a different tune behind the scenes, this is not what I would want him saying to the general managers or the coaches, right?
I would. I honestly, he's good enough. He doesn't have to. Don't go to a team where they're going to play you one way if you don't want to play one way.
He's already good enough that that if Kevin Stefanski says we want you just as a wide receiver, that he would be like, go screw.
He'd be like,
what's that?
Pass on me. I'll go to New York. Yeah, I would. He should definitely. I think more draft guys should do this. Go to the right situation for you. Absolutely. The draft is so unfair anyway.
Yeah, I understand that, but we'll leave that for another day.
Yeah,
but Kevin Stefanski could be protecting him. That could be the best thing for him, as opposed to someone else throw him out there and be like, all right, play 60 snaps in a game, and then we'll see you in year 2.
I think this is what Travis Hunter should call Cleveland and say, are you going to play me one way? And if they say yes, then say, please pass on me and let me go to New York. And then New York says the same thing, then go to New England. If New England says the same thing, go to Jacksonville. Honestly, if that's what you really want.
Are you generally okay with rookies calling their shots in
Absolutely.
this way?
I think more should do it in the draft. And I think quarterbacks should really do it. Like they should not, I think Shador is doing this low key in the background too. Like I think you got to get to the right team. No, why would you want to go, you want to play these positions. Why would you go to a team that doesn't want you to play these positions? It would make no sense.
It's called development. Like here's the thing. Say a quarterback does this. They're like, I want to play my rookie year no matter what. What if Patrick Mahomes had said that? If you're not playing me the first year in Kansas City, pass on me. Right? And you know what? He might not have been better off for it. Maybe he has the same career and maybe he's one of the GOATs and that would be fine. Or maybe that first year where he got to sit behind Alex Smith and learn from Andy Reid actually set him up to have, you don't know. Development comes in a lot of different ways. Just getting thrown out there week 1 to try to do something unprecedented doesn't necessarily mean you're going to all of a sudden be an overnight success.
What if you're a linebacker who wants to rush the passer because you know that's where the glory is, and the team drafts you and says, we're going to put you off the ball, and you're stuck there, and you never get to be a star? Would you rather hold out 3 spots and go somewhere else? I think players should have, first of all, should have every right to dictate what position they want to. Yes, you should communicate to the team, I want to play this position. I'm not going to be happy. Like, say it now. It's better to say it now than say it 2 weeks after they draft him. And by the way, I can't believe you want to see Shohei Ohtani play both ways. We argue about this all the time. But you don't want to see Travis Hunter play both ways?
No.
And he's a cornerback. Just, get in there. Just run around a little bit. Just don't tackle anyone. You'll be fine.
I love cornerback is basically picking daisies, like as far as Perloff is concerned.
100 yards from the snap. He's way back there. Just make it play safety, actually, where he's just going to try and get awesome interceptions.
I mean, Shohei's the worst example you could actually bring up because he gets hurt all the time.
Yeah.
And the second one is I'm talking about right out of the gate. This is what he's saying. You have not played a preseason snap yet. It's going to be different playing from Colorado to the pros. Do I think he's going to adjust? Sure. But you know what? It might take a minute. And if a coach says you're not ready to play both ways, I don't know if I need Travis Hunter being like, well, then I'm going to quit or whatever.
No,
I don't know if he's going to actually say that.
I like him saying it earlier. Also, too, if he is sitting there on the sideline and they're losing to Pittsburgh and he's not in the game, he's going to explode.
Well,
because he knows he can help the team win. I don't think this is anti-team. I think he's saying, I want to be the leader. And I think, honestly, it's his best quality that he wants to be out there. Like, he is just a dog. I mean, he is going to come after you.
I get that, and I do appreciate that, and I want guys who care more than care less. I just think there's a lot of guys in the NFL like that. I don't think everyone's mailing it in and coming in for the paycheck. Dudes want to play. And everyone thinks they're the best player ever because this is the delusion that you need to be a professional athlete. Whether you're the last guy in the practice squad or you're the star, you think you're the best ever.
He has a little evidence to support that, though. He was the number 1 wide receiver in the country, and he was the number 1 defensive back in the country. It's not like some experimental thing. He's like, wow, I was really good in practice at this position.
Listen.
Dude has evidence on tape.
Okay, and you know what? There's been a lot of guys great in college, and it took them a minute. What was Marvin Harrison Jr.'s season last year? He was the best wide receiver. Maybe you could have said Malik Neighbors. Best wide receiver in college football. Went to a bad team. Didn't go that awesome. Needs a little development. That's like not a crime.
Yeah. He should have said, don't draft me, Arizona. Send me somewhere else.
Too late.
But honestly, I think Travis Hunter is a better player than Marvin Harrison. I think because of his mentality.
But the point remains, right?
No, I understand. I don't understand your point. So what's your point? So Marvin Harrison had a bad year, so Travis Hunter should be like, all right, You're right, manage my career. Why? The Cardinals aren't doing anything good for Marvin Harrison. I'm just saying
everyone thought Marvin Harrison, because of his college career, was going to walk on the field and dominate.
Right.
What happened? He had a mediocre year.
Yeah, he was on a mediocre offense and mediocre team. Right.
And where do you think Travis Hunter's going? He's going to the greatest show on turf? No way.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. So he's got to be, unlike Marvin Harrison, he's got to be like, you could better target me 8 times a game like Malik Neighbors. Do not bury me and give the ball to James Conner 100 times in a row. He's got to be like, I need the ball in my hand. I'm going to lead you to victory. That's what he's thinking. He is. He wants that ball every play, all snaps, both sides.
They all do.
Real team guy over there, bro.
Well, you say they all do.
They all do.
Not since Jim Thorpe has anyone wanted to do this. Who? So you say they all do. There's no one else like this.
They all want the ball.
Right, but I don't see Marvin Harrison being like, man, it's a really close game against the Seahawks. Can you pop me in at free safety? That is not happening.
JT is in Atlanta. JT, good morning, sir. How are you?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, listen, and it's funny because Perloff has never heard a take that he didn't disagree with. And I don't know when he's actually trolling and when he really means what he's saying.
He means it.
I just don't know. But I think what's going on with this whole Travis Hunter thing is he's turning into that friend that you try to give good advice to, and they're just like, no. And you're like, okay, well, when it happens, I'm going to tell you I told you so, right? and I think that's where a lot of people are going to get to, where they're actually somewhat rooting against him because it's like, listen, this is you can't. People are trying to tell you it's not going to be what you think it is, but you got this whole thing in your head and you know more than everybody else. Like, you can't be so much smarter. You haven't even experienced this. So how do you even know?
So wait, JT, I just want to get, you're saying I'm being contrarian by saying Travis Hunter is a player that people want. He's going to be the number one selling jersey in the NFL. He's going to be, the draft is going to be a Travis Hunter party. Everybody loves Travis Hunter. I think you guys are misreading who this guy is. I think he's going to be a bolt of electricity for the NFL.
Well, again, and that's fine and dandy, but that has nothing to do with performance on the field. And I think that's what everybody's talking about. Like, like Maggie was saying, is like everybody had this. I mean, in draft boards, we all play fantasy. Marvin Harris was like he was in the top 10 because everybody just knew he was can't miss, and he missed. So to think that Travis Hunter is definitely, you're talking about as a cornerback, he's not a better receiver than Marvin Harris was. So I don't.
He's not.
I don't think
he's very good. He's not as good as Marvin Harris.
I've been watching a lot of Shador highlights, and there is a monster on the other end. I mean, they're jump balls where I think he's probably better than Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm being dead serious. He is really good.
My question is this: like the meetings, you have to go to meetings for these groupings, right? And how do you attend?
An issue.
That's what John Harbaugh said.
Yeah.
JT, it's a fair question. It's a fair question. And thanks for making the point.
No problem.
Thank you. Didn't mean to cut you off there. It's a fair point. How are you going to go to meetings, right? And John Harbaugh said there's only so many hours in the day.
Yeah. But I'm going to be like people who treat football like it's rocket science. Just go out there and ball out. That's what I tell them. Play with instinct. Yeah, listen, you're right. I do
just
think
go
you can
freelance out there. I mean, maybe
a real Bill Walsh over there.
You think? I mean, you're telling me Dion was sitting in meetings?
Yes.
Dude was getting on a plane and playing baseball.
No, I know, but when Jimmy Johnson says you got to be in a meeting, I'm sure he's there.
No, I am not sure about that at all. I think he was.
Okay, but what if he's not Deion Sanders?
How can you say he's not Deion Sanders?
Because there are a million cornerbacks that have come out of the draft, and we've said this guy is the next Deion Sanders.
Like, name one who's been like this guy, who's won the Heisman.
There have been cornerbacks that have been drafted in the top 3.
Who's a cornerback who's won the Heisman since Charles Woodson?
There's not been a corner, but Deion didn't win the Heisman. What does that mean?
How can you argue this guy is the closest we've seen to Deion Sanders since Deion Sanders?
I think the point, though, is that I think what you're walking into potentially is he may go to the NFL next year, just like Marvin Harrison did, where a lot of people said he was a top 5 receiver in college. He can walk into the NFL next year, and he might be just good. He might not be terrible, he might not be bad, but he might not be this dominant player immediately. So if we're going to walk down that line, do you want a guy who's only good telling you I'm going to quit if I don't get my way? That's a little extreme.
I want this guy.
You don't. If he's average, you're not going to want him.
By the way, Marvin Harrison, a big function of that was they did not target him enough.
Well, honestly, I don't know about that, but here's the thing: that's fine. But Travis isn't walking into the Kansas City Chiefs either.
Right.
He's going to be walking into an organization where you have coaches actively on the hot seat, most likely.
Well, you just said, like, you should trust the team. I was thinking, you should trust the Browns or the Giants to develop you?
Listen, then you might as well just say, I want to coach the team, too. I'm going to be player coach.
Yes, or bring Dion in. Like, yes, I think all those apply to those two particular teams.
Let's get to Andrew Bogusch, who's got headlines. Keep the Travis Hunter calls coming. We see you guys on the phones. We see you disagree with me. You're with Perloff. That Travis Hunter should be supported, so hang around to make your point. Bogues, what's up, dude?
Good morning, guys. Your headlines are sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Your small business keeps you on the go. Progressive Commercial Insurance keeps your policy within reach with our easy-to-use mobile app. Learn more at progressivecommercial.com.
I don't like them.
The dudes to my left will nod knowingly. Trae Young ejected from last night's play-in loss in Orlando for, quote, making a mockery of the game. Those are the words of referee James Williams.
Trae's floater in the lane is good. 107-87. And now a technical foul going to be called on Trae. So Trae gets the technical. I don't blame him. And now he's been thrown out of the game.
That's Steve Holman on Hawks Radio, the guy who has so much fun when Jalen Brunson's getting in trouble.
Brunson complaining to the official. Who do you know I'm Jalen Brunson?
Last night, though, no such snark. Trae scored, as you heard, then threw a fairly hard chest pass at James Williams in frustration with some calls.
Why didn't Steve keep the same energy?
That was the first tech. The second came when Trae intercepted Williams' pass to his colleagues down the floor. and wouldn't give the ball back.
Sometimes I take my frustration out on the refs, not just for me, it's for my teammates. Like, if you see a foul, you should call the foul, and that's pretty much all it was for me.
For the record, the Hawks shot 7 more free throws than the Magic last night, but they lost this game 120-95. So the Magic are the 7 seed and will face the Celtics in round 1. Trey and the Hawks go home to host the Bulls or Heat on Friday for the 8 spot.
Can we give a shout out to Cole Anthony, who is a dedicated client of Dr. Rock Positano, friend of the show. Oh. He wears the same old man ankle brace I do.
That's the same.
Yes.
And he looks the same on the court.
Why aren't you playing for the Magic then?
Well, by the way, where did that come from last night with Cole Anthony? He just single-handedly destroyed the Hawks. That was fun.
Catholic High School, New York City.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Greg Anthony's son.
Archbishop Malloy.
Yeah, he was. That came out of nowhere. Like, playoff Cole. Let's go.
Orlando's fun.
Yeah,
they're going to get slaughtered by the Celtics, but they're fun.
Bill Simmons says they're dangerous.
They're not going to shoot enough threes. We can get into that.
Slaughtered was a little aggressive.
All right, I'm sorry.
Bill Simmons says that's a one matchup we didn't want in the first round.
Bill Simmons says that.
Yeah, I mean, who else for the Celtics? What are we going to turn to? Tommy Heinsohn? He's not around anymore.
What's Paul Pierce thing?
It's where you guys began the show. The Warriors advancing out west, holding off the Grizzlies in San Francisco, 121-116. Steph and Jimmy combining for 75 points. Jeez. Tonight's Kings-Mavs winner plays an elimination game in Memphis on Friday. The San Diego Padres have finally lost at home.
Swing and a line drive, and that's a base hit out into right center field. Swanson's going to score. Nico's going to head to third. Watch him run on his way, and he's got himself a triple. 2-1 Cubs.
We can't watch him run. We're on the radio. Boog Shambi on the Marquee Sports Network. Nico Horner, a tie-breaking RBI triple, top 10. The Cubs, a 2-1 win, dropping the Padres to 11-1 at Petco. The Cubs also stopped the Dodgers' 7-0 home start. No team before had ended multiple perfect home starts that long.
Oh, Cubs are the best team in baseball then.
Manny, back to you.
Manny, was that in our ear or over the air?
No, it was all over the air.
Okay.
That happened to him.
Sometimes it's confused a little bit by Manny's comments.
Pushing the wrong buttons. 888-710-4ISN. Bogusch, thank you. All right, Travis Hunter. Do you like the comments of him saying if a team said, you can only play one way, offense or defense, his answer was, I'd quit football. Do you like what you hear from Travis Hunter? 888-710-4476. Perloff does. I do not. Let's get it going. It's the Maggie and Perloff Show.
I'm just different.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Travis Hunter's got us all riled up this morning because he told CBS Sports, when asked, by the way, didn't volunteer this, but when asked if an NFL team told him he could only play wide receiver or corner, he said, well, then it's never playing football again is the choice. Just take my ball and go home. Now, obviously, I don't think he's really going to get held to that, but we're asking you, is that a team-first mentality or is that a me-first mentality? You know, you want to play both sides of the ball. You've never played a snap in the NFL, but you want to play both sides of the ball because you did it in college, despite what a team may think. Or, Perloff, your point, is this the ultimate team-first mentality because you want to be out there trying to impact the game no matter what?
If a quarterback, like say Arch Manning comes in the draft next year and says, I don't want to go to the team that's number one, is that a team, like that's not being team first, but still, I think players have every right to dictate their future. This is their future. You get one NFL career. I think every player should have the right to sort of write his own script. I don't think you should say it right now. I want to play both ways. Don't draft me if you want to play me one ways. I'll be miserable. I think it's better to say it now than after the draft.
Yeah, how does the player know that's necessarily the best thing for him? 888-710, or that you can't grow into that role. 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. Let's get to Anthony. He's in Boise. Anthony, you love this from Travis Hunter.
Yeah, first off, thanks for having me. I want to say go BSU Broncos. But, yeah, I think it's a positive that and I believe that it's both a team first and a me first mentality and that it's a good thing because, as Andrew was saying yesterday, you want a receiver to be kind of a diva and a me first player, but then you also want a player out there on defense that's, going to go out and do everything he can to win the game.
Right. So Anthony, good points, but here's my thing. I'm okay, like you, I'm okay with wide receivers having some diva in them.
Yeah.
If they've earned it. You want to be A.J. Brown, you want to be T.O., you want to be Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, all Stephon Diggs from the team I root for when he played for the Bills. I'll back you up because you've been that good.
Go Bills.
Travis Hunter, we haven't seen playing a snap yet. If he actually is the second coming of Dion and he makes good on this, play every snap, return every punt, I'm all for it. I'm just not for it when I haven't seen you do jack squat at this level yet.
Well, I would just say that you kind of need that diva mentality as a wide receiver. You need utmost confidence. Give me the ball. You know how hard it is to run around and catch a ball coming at you 90 miles an hour? You have to have so much belief in yourself. You can't wait to earn it. You have to have that belief to start with, and I think the great ones certainly do. So I think it's more of a mentality, especially a receiver. Now, cornerback's a little different, but cornerback's also a confidence position.
No doubt. And corner can be hard to adjust to in the NFL.
Some of these team issues we're talking about, I think, are different at these two positions. You know, you don't want your linebacker to be all about, hey, give me the ball. But I think corner and wide receiver, it's an exception.
Let's go to Joe. He's in San Francisco. Good morning, Joe.
Hey, I think Travis Hunter's a little small. And I think he needs some development time. And I don't think he spaces receivers on defense like, Tyreek Hill or Ayuk or somebody like that. So it'll take a while for him to get up to speed. So if they're gonna get his overall potential, they probably going to have to bring him along slow because he's not that big.
Right. Joe, thank you for the call. 6'1", 185 is what he was listed at. Yeah. I mean, he's had some injury issues, not this season, but last season when he was at Colorado and even going back to Jackson State. So there obviously is some thought there. 6'1", 185. I don't see that as being like, wow, he's really undersized, but. Well,
yeah, I totally understand the point. But if he's taking on those extra plays, right? We saw him walking at the Super Bowl. I don't know. He walked right in front of our set. That dude's muscles got muscles. He is jacked. I mean, he's skinny, but he's all muscle. So it's 6 foot, 6'1", 190-ish. That's fine for a receiver. What do you think Devontae Smith weighs? He's 170.
He's particularly slight.
I mean, Malik Neighbors last year does not weigh a lot. There are a lot. You can definitely succeed at wide receiver. I think that is a valid point. Is he too small for the wear and tear both sides? I will give you, I'm not dismissing that as an issue.
Well, and the other part is how much, let's say you're like, all right, well, he can put on some weight. He can pack on some pounds. How much do you want to do that, though? Because speed is such a huge part of your game, too, that you don't want to put on too much weight and then it takes us, you lose a half step.
No, he's built perfectly for either position. I don't think you want to I think you need the speed. He's built perfectly for a cornerback. He's fine. He doesn't need to put on size for that.
Fine.
I think he's one of those. I think he reminds me a little of a Devontae Smith type. Just, they're super, super skinny, but for some reason, they're super tough. But
you would never look at Devontae Smith, who also won the Heisman, and say you should also be playing corner.
No, but he's a little bigger than Devontae. I think he's 20 pounds bigger.
Well, Devontae has said he's particularly
on the low side.
Slim Reaper.
There are a lot of great receivers who are not big.
Yeah.
Trying to think.
Well,
Tyreek Hill's pretty big.
Julian Edelman.
Yeah, my girth is rather large.
How big is Antonio Brown? He's not that big.
Justin Jefferson, what does Justin Jefferson weigh? 205 probably.
I'm worried more about the defense than the offense.
Yeah, but you got to tell him not to tackle. I agree with that. But he can cover, though, at that size.
Covering is fine. Cornerback's fine. It's just the tackling. If he has to tackle somebody like Derrick Henry or someone like that.
I love that. Oh, gosh. I love that in Perloff's ultimate scenario here of Travis Hunter. He walks in day one demanding to play both sides of the ball. But if the coach says, but you can't tackle, he's like, all right, cool. That coaching I'll take. But I'm going to kick down the door of your office and tell you I need to be on both sides of the ball playing offense and defense. But if you tell me not to tackle, I'm like, all right, coach. Whatever you say.
Most cornerbacks do not tackle. I mean, that's not everybody's Jalen Ramsey. And Travis Hunter, unfortunately, if you watch a Colorado game, oh my God, did he try and blow guys up left and right?
I know.
Because he's strong.
But I don't think he can play another way.
Yeah, I think cornerbacks, I mean, I don't know. I'm not looking at tape. Does Patrick Surtain tackle anybody? Is he tackling Derrick Henry?
I mean, Revis was an awesome tackler.
Yeah. Awesome. I just think that generally, I don't think that's your concern at quarterback. You're only in there, and you might only put him in pass downs too, where Derrick Henry's not going to. I would think you wouldn't have Travis Hunter in there on first down.
888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. That is the number to call. So we're asking you the question today. Travis Hunter saying, if I can't play on both sides of the ball, I would quit football. Is that a team first move or is that a me first move? And we had a call earlier saying, JT in Atlanta saying that he's starting to root against Travis Hunter. I'm curious if anyone else is, we follow this stuff extremely closely because it's our job. Yeah. Not expecting everyone out there to be living and dying on every Travis Hunter quote, but he's coming in real confident. Not that you would expect anything less. Is it starting to be a bit of a turnoff, though, with the I'm going to come in and be great right away?
Well, I mean, I think kids will love this, right? I think he'll be the number one selling jersey by far, I would imagine. I think this is like brashness. That sells.
Got to back it up, though. 888-710-4ISN. There's nothing worse than a guy who's out there bragging and can't cash the check that his mouth is writing, right? And I don't know if that's going to be the case with Travis Hunter. But again, we haven't seen it yet. Nothing.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Maggie and Perloff on the Infinity Sports Network.
Well, here's something to keep an eye on. Welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. When it comes to the NFL draft, there was a report last Friday, Pearl. I understand it's Wednesday, but fresh eyes are being looked at about this report. It has to do with Derek Carr and the New Orleans Saints. So Derek Carr on Friday, it's revealed that he's got a shoulder injury. This goes back to a sprained AC joint, I guess, that never got cleaned up from like 2023. And now all of a sudden, here we are in April, he's in danger maybe of missing the entire 2025 season. Like this escalated extremely quickly. Meanwhile, the Saints are sitting there with the 9th overall pick. They've been linked to Shedeur Sanders. And then here comes this report kind of out of the blue.
Yeah, I guess people said there was some drama around his contract earlier in the season. So they re-upped his contract.
Yep, he's guaranteed. He's making a lot of money this year.
$40 million. They went from $10 million base and gave him an extra $30 million. And I guess there's been trouble in paradise with him and the team already, but they paid him. So everyone thought, okay, he's going to be there at least one more year. And I still don't understand. Can you explain to me if it's not really an injury and he's still unhappy? What does revealing the injury now do for either him or the team? I don't get the timing at all, Maggie.
Right. So here's Diana Rossini, who has a great podcast with her and Chase Daniel. Diana's going to join us next week, right before the draft, so she can sort of empty the notebook for us on everything she's hearing right before the first pick is made in Green Bay. So here's Diana saying the Carr injury, very fishy.
You use the word fluff. I use the word fishy.
Oh,
right. So
I like it.
I've spent the last few days digging on the story to just try to figure out what's happening here.
Okay, so what's happening here? Well, it looks like, according to Diana, Derek Carr's camp is not very happy with what's going on in New Orleans.
From what I can gather, it appears the information got out from the Carr side of it. That was put out by them. Because I can tell you, I had some conversations with people in New Orleans who were aware of it, but they weren't looking to put it on blast. There could be a world where the Saints put it out too, but I really believe that this is coming from Derek Carr because I think he's the one who isn't thrilled with the Saints at this point.
Okay, so obviously Dennis Allen was the former coach for Derek Carr for the Raiders, and now he's gone, and it's Kellen Moore. And if the team is looking at quarterback, well, apparently Derek Carr thinks that he's got like 3 or 4 good years left in him as a QB and does not want, according to Diana, the Kirk Cousins treatment of, hey, you gave me a contract, but now you're going to draft somebody in the top 10 and I've got to be looking over my shoulder, like what happened with Cousins and Michael Penix. So let's hear cut 10, Manny. Diana saying that people around the league have told her this is leaking an injury is actually Carr's way of trying to get traded?
I will say I did have a lot of text messages and conversations over the last few days about the Derek Carr situation. And it was very hard for me to find someone in football who said, oh, Derek's definitely dealing with a serious shoulder injury. It was, how long you been doing this? You know what this is about, right? And trade bait, right?
Yes.
End of the day, that's what this is about.
It's funny to be treating everyone like the public, like, oh, we're such a bunch of rubes. Like someone says they may have a season-ending shoulder injury and we're supposed to automatically understand that means trade request. I thought trade me means trade request. Like putting in a trade request means trade request.
But I don't understand the trade request part. all the Saints writers are talking about cutting him. Like what? Why would
Maybe
someone
he wants to be cut then.
Why would someone trade for him if he has a shoulder injury?
Well, that's what I don't understand.
Yeah.
If this is so, this is why this whole thing is fishy. And this is what goes back to the first thing. If he wants to be traded, yet he's leaking the information that his shoulder is banged up, aren't you kind of killing your trade value? Unless he's really trying to hurt the team here, even though they just gave him all this money. I don't know if Derek Carr is like outthinking himself on this or his camp is outthinking himself. But one thing I know for sure, Shedeur Sanders is not getting past 9, especially not with this news. I don't know if Manny's Giants are still going to take him at 3. Maybe the Browns are still in play. Maybe a team trades up.
Fishy.
But I don't know how the Saints could possibly pass on him or any other rookie quarterback if this Carr situation is now a thing.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I do think Shedeur is likely to go there, or at least a great chance. But I can easily see the argument for not taking a quarterback now because the team around Shedeur Sanders is not ready. They have so many needs. I mean, they have a lot of old guys, but I'm sure it's going to kill them not to take some of these, like Jalen Walker or somebody, like some super stud could be there.
Sure.
They're going to want to draft a young guy because they're getting old. So I think that the only reason they wouldn't take a Shedeur is like, hey, we're going to wait on the quarterback. We're going to do a rebuild. So I think if you're rebuilding and you take Shedeur, you are in a tough spot because you're not going to have a lot of talent around him.
Okay, but at some point you got to plant the flag here and get a quarterback because if you don't think that Arch Manning's coming out next year, I mean, this would be an awesome tank spot for Arch, local guy. That would be pretty juicy. But the problem is, so you're going to go into the season with Spencer Rattler and you're going to try to get the number 1 pick?
First of all, Spencer Rattler, I think, is a bit promising. He's got a huge arm, and he had some moments last year. Remember we were all into Spencer Rattler one week?
Yeah, he had some bad moments.
Yeah,
too.
no, I mean, listen, he had one game where he had the best first half we've seen of any quarterback in the league, and the worst second half.
Yeah, I think he threw 3 interceptions in the fourth quarter.
But, I think a lot of people in New Orleans are like, yes, let's go with Rattler, get a super talented player at 9, and wait on quarterback. I do think or go in the top of the second round, they have the 40th pick, get the quarterback then. I do think that camp exists. And, would I be totally shocked if they went that route? Say they love a player 9 and then they came back for a different quarterback at 40. That might work.
Okay, so this is another spot where, and I've talked about this, where owners get involved. And I don't know about Gail Benson and how involved she might be, but what's one thing we've said about the Saints, and this is no disrespect to Cam Jordan and this is no disrespect to Demario Davis and these guys who have been awesome on defense. They have zero identity. Even with Derek Carr. And Kellen Moore, we don't know what he's going to be, right? He's the Boise quarterback and the former, and now just won a Super Bowl with your Eagles. But here's the thing. Shedeur is a perfect candidate for the other part of this, which is you finally have something. You finally have a little buzz, a little juice. So I hate to say this because New Orleans is such a great town. We are on in New Orleans. We have fans who call us from New Orleans. But you have no identity. And getting started here with somebody like Shedeur, who, listen, the leadership stuff I think is real. I don't think that he's just blowing smoke there about turning around programs and being a leader and taking on that responsibility. This is exactly what you need. You want to wait around for Arch Manning or whatever. You're trying to wait for the perfect situation. It may not exist. This is a very good situation. Have Shedeur be the face of the franchise. Your fan base can get excited about that. Derek Carr, there was never a love affair there because Derek Carr is way too inconsistent as a quarterback. He's good, not great.
Well, let me ask you this.
Shedeur is perfect. If I was Gail Benson, I'd step in and say, this is what we're doing. Kellen Moore, make him a star.
Let's say you're our friends, Ani Bose and Michael North, who run the broadcasting department at the NFL. You are setting the schedule. The Saints draft Shedeur Sanders at number 9. How many primetime games are you giving the Saints?
More than 0, which they'll have now.
I think you give them. Well, I think most teams get 1. There's a couple zeros. I think you get 1. I do not think the Saints get relevant with Shedeur Sanders because that team, that offense around him, first of all, will he even start day 1? And who's he throwing to? I just don't think this is ideal for Shedeur. It's indoors, which I love, and Kellen Moore is a great fit, so that makes sense. But I don't. If I'm the Sanders camp, I'm not thrilled about the Saints. I'm not like, yay, we get to go to this team.
Well, you're probably not going to be thrilled with anywhere you go. You're going to go to a team that stinks.
There was that report via Louis Riddick that Shedeur wanted to go to the right spot. And maybe, I think Shedeur and Mike Tomlin, that might be more exciting. Or I think not exactly the best offense either. I just think that New Orleans and I'm going to say the whole division, it's kind of mid, right?
And Shedeur would create a lot of juice. I mean, you're telling me
a lot of juice.
I want to see Shedeur versus Baker Mayfield. Give me a little Shedeur versus Michael Penix. I think that's fun.
That feels like the C team on the broadcast.
Well,
Atlanta or New Orleans next year, even if Shedeur is playing, which is a big if. I mean, he might not start immediately.
They'd be the F team. I don't think there is such thing as an F team on broadcast, but they'd be even worse. Like, Shedeur is going to add a lot of sizzle to anybody and to any team.
I don't know. I'm not so sure I see this team being exciting with Shedeur.
We talked about the Saints at one point being in the worst situation in the entire NFL.
Right. Because they killed their cap and they have a lot of old guys.
Yeah, they're in cap hell, yet they are lacking stars.
It's going to be hard to build around Shedeur. I mean, listen, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I would probably take him there. I mean, he's been linked to Jackson Dart, too. I would not take Jackson Dart there. That's been a hot thing out there. Then again, can you get a quarterback at 40 and get a stud player at 9, start to build? Because you need some players there. Kamara's not going to play that much longer. Olave has had major concussion issues. Cam Jordan, I mean, if you could replace if you can draft someone to replace Cam Jordan, don't you want to do that too? They're lying.
They're a bad team with lots of needs, and first and foremost, above all else, the need is quarterback.
Well, all right. What if Carr can play?
You know, I was thinking about that because I'm like, if he wants to get traded, which is what Diana Orsini and Chase Daniel are talking about, and that, you know, people in the NFL are telling her, oh, everyone's a bunch of suckers if you think this is an actual shoulder injury. This is just a ploy to get traded. Weird ploy.
Well, also, this guy, he's hurt all the time. So
right.
If he says he has a shoulder injury, I kind of tend to believe him.
And they probably keep him out for a lot of games. But I guess here's the thing. Is there like a draft day trade for Derek Carr? You still have the Browns out there with an uninspiring quarterback room. The Pittsburgh Steelers technically do not have a starter right now. Is there anyone else out there who might actually want to trade for Derek Carr?
I wonder, though, would they wait for him to get cut, too? So are you going to give up anything thinking he might float out there? Yeah, I think Cleveland would take him.
So your quarterback room is Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, and Derek Carr.
Derek Carr.
Woof.
I mean, Derek Carr, certainly, with the games he's on the field, will give you a
Joe
big
Flacco?
Game. And I think Pittsburgh would, I think Pittsburgh would lean Rodgers, but they'd be thrilled to have Derek Carr for nothing there. You don't think they want Derek Carr?
I think they'd rather have Rodgers.
Yeah, I think maybe you lean Rodgers, but I don't think it's a major difference. I mean, Carr can definitely throw downfield. There's no doubt. Throw, it's a beautiful pass.
888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. So this is just some of the draft intel. But I'll tell you what, again, Shedeur not getting out of the top 10. Calling it now.
Yeah. Did you call that he was not getting out of the top 3?
I did. And I'm still keeping the door open 20? For that.
Well, you know, I totally hear you, and 9 makes so much sense. Aren't you curious about the Steelers and Shedeur? Tomlin loves him, apparently.
I think you'd have to trade up now to get him.
Yeah, I wonder. That's why I'd be uncomfortable betting on where Shedeur goes, because I think a trade could happen if he starts to fall at all.
By the way, I said he wouldn't get out of the top 3. I still believe he should go in the top 3, and he should go to Manny's Giants. What are the Giants doing? Like, are you really gonna go into the season Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston with 2 guys who are fighting for their lives and declare mission accomplished?
Well,
you're gonna get crushed.
It'd be tough if you're the Giants and you get Shedeur, who's good, and you watch Abdul Carter be a Hall of Famer just come in and out of your hands. That could be tough too.
You've got Kayvon Thibodeau. You traded for Brian Burns. You got Dexter Lawrence, who's on a Hall of Fame track. You've got guys on defense. In theory, you've got studs on defense. You've invested a lot into that position. That side of the ball, rather.
Does anybody really think Shedeur would be good with the Giants?
Why not?
I don't know. I just have trouble because of the Giants.
It's not even
Shedeur.
He's got Brian Daboll as an offensive coach.
Yes, I saw him with Travis Hunter and like a similar kind of body type between Hunter and Neighbors. I think that would be a good matchup.
I mean, I think if it all went well, they would be 9-8.
Well, we're talking about the first year, though. That's nothing. That's the tip of the iceberg. That you're hoping that Shedeur's for the next 15 years. I mean, listen, Eli Manning wasn't the most athletic, didn't break the mold when it came to quarterbacks.
I think, I'm thinking as an Eagles fan, like, I'd be thrilled if they took Shedeur. Obviously, like, I don't want to see Abdul Carter. I don't think any quarterback in the East wants to see them. I just think the Giants will probably come back in. I think they'll look at Shedeur. If Shedeur falls, that's another team that will definitely trade from, 34 or something to try and get in. They're watching Shedeur closely. And they could take him in 3. It's not out. Todd McShay, the NFL for the Ringer, the NFL draft expert, said they're still thinking about it. But I just don't think they're ready for Shedeur. You know what I mean? Like they're just. I think you need pieces around Shedeur. Shedeur is a bit of a system quarterback to me. You need everything kind of in order for Shedeur, and I don't think they want him at 3 when there's a potential superstar there.
Yeah, you get cute, trying to make everything perfect and waiting on quarterback, and you're going to find yourself with the pink slip.
Yeah, or you find yourself with Daniel Jones.
Well, you got to hope that your coach is better now to develop Daniel Jones than...
No, I think you picked the wrong quarterback because you said, let's take him at 6 because why wait?
They definitely reached for Daniel Jones, but
I think
Shedeur is a much better quarterback than Daniel Jones.
I think prospect-wise, they're in the same boat, kind of. I mean, I think people like Jones more than they like Shedeur. You read Albert Breer's report. Scouts are not into Shedeur.
Were they into Daniel Jones?
Yes.
888-710-4ISN.
Yeah, Daniel Jones was, I mean, he's big, strong, threw the ball a mile, could
Hell of
run.
a quarterback.
Yeah, I think Daniel Jones was scouts like Daniel Jones because they like tall players. I don't know. But there are scouts. I mean, it sounds like you guys don't buy any of this negativity that's being reported about Shedeur not having elite physical traits.
No, I understand what they're saying about in the pocket. It feels like he's going backwards at times. No doubt.
No, I mean the fact that he's not big and doesn't have a cannon and can't run.
But
that's what Albert Breer reported, that teams just view him as a middling physical prospect.
Yeah, I understand, but I also think that you can't say just the cons like he's some stiff out there. He wouldn't have had the college career that he had. We all watched him. He was effective getting the ball to receivers. There's a lot of good things about what he does in terms of how he processes, how he sees the field. You know, we're talking about pocket presence and maybe the arm isn't amazing, but I've seen plenty of quarterbacks overcome that. And I've seen plenty of guys with big arms do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I actually think his arm is fine. I was playing devil's advocate. I think he's more athletic than everyone says he can't move at all. He's moving all over the place, but he's running for his life the entire game. Yeah, he ran into about 1 million sacks. But I totally agree. I just bring up that point that Breer said. I think it's more, I think people are scared of Deion. I think they don't want, you bring in a lot with Shedeur because of his father. I still think that's an issue. If you're a GM or a coach, that's the only explanation because I agree with you. I watched him at Colorado. He was awesome.
I thought so. 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. All right, there you go. What do you think about Shedeur? Are the Saints a perfect fit? Would be one thing. That franchise could get relevant again. That'd be fun. League's better when the Saints are good.
Why?
I love it when the Saints are good because the fan base deserves it.
It's a good atmosphere. When there are big games at the Superdome, that's a fun thing.
It's loud in there. Yeah. The fans get after it.
Great city, man.
New Orleans loves us, Pearl.
But but the league is better when the Saints are good. I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard that take.
I think so. I think the fan base is awesome. They deserve it.
Right, but they're one of the bottom 5 market sizes. If you're the NFL and you're fixing the NFL, you want New York to pick it up and Dallas to pick it up, and you want the Rams and the Chargers to be good. I don't think you're like, man, we need the Saints to be awesome.
I think it'd be fun. 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. So much more to do. We've got a lot more draft intel to get to you. And also, oh man, the architect of perhaps the most controversial trade, I would say in the history of sports, but getting there, is doubling down. So we'll get to all that in just a moment. It's Maggie Perloff.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back, Maggie and Perloff Show. We are trying to figure out why the Derek Carr shoulder injury was reported now. Is he trying to get out of New Orleans? And if so, why this strategy? I threw out a theory in the break that maybe he actually hurt his shoulder. Maggie scoffed at that. I was like, there's no conspiracy to that. I guess the Saints probably have an off-season workout and he ain't going to be there. So it's got to be some injury. He had a hand injury where he missed the last 3 or 4 games last year. That was supposed to be healed, but this dude he never stays healthy. To me, that's the major, major knock on Derek Carr is you can't trust him.
Well, and this is why Diana Rossini and others were calling this fishy, because if you say you're trying to stave off them drafting a rookie because you don't want a Kirk Cousins type situation with a guy breathing down your neck, then why are you leaking you have a shoulder injury?
Right.
That makes no sense. This is why I'm saying Shedeur is not even getting past 9 at this point. Shedeur Sanders, that is, because the Saints obviously need like a plan here at quarterback. And Diana was adamant that this was not coming from the Saints. This was coming from Carr's camp. So either they're like the worst leakers ever, or there's some other thought process at play that we're not seeing.
Let me throw one more scenario at you. What if Shedeur goes before somebody trades up to 8, or he goes 3 to the Giants? Would you take Jackson Dart there, who I think generally is not viewed as worth going number 9, but would you push up a quarterback for the same situation? Because you made a good argument. You need a quarterback.
You do need a quarterback. Jackson Dart doesn't bring the exact same amount of sizzle and eyeballs that Deion's son does.
Yeah, but this is really also you want to build a good team. It's not just about sizzle.
Let's go to the phones. I'm not sure about that. 888-710-4ISN. Chris is in Birmingham. Wants to talk about his Saints. Chris, do you want Shedeur Sanders?
I'm good with, honestly, any quarterback. I'm even good with Carr. It just needed someone to have a functioning offense that at one point, if I recall, the stat was we went 118 minutes and 36 seconds without scoring an actual offensive touchdown at one point.
That's insane.
Yes. And thanks for just taking a shot at us. They're saying that Shedeur keeps us relevant. I possibly love Shedeur keeps us relevant, Maggie. I mean, as a response, I just take a shot at your Bills by saying they jumped onto the tables. They can never jump at the opportunity of beating Chiefs.
Chris, but hold on one second. I did say that the Saints have no identity. I also said the NFL is better when the Saints are good because the fans are so deserving of having a good team. Perloff scoffed at that. I think the NFL is better when the Saints and when the Superdome is rocking.
Oh, please. I'd kill this Perloff saying Eagles fans are degenerates. We don't care.
Yeah, that is true. Everyone knows that.
Is the key about the Shedeur thing? I mean, I'm sorry, Derek Carr injury. It's based off just like he's just very injury prone. It actually might be a real injury.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And let's be honest, even his first year with us, he got injured at times. So I'm good with the Jackson Dart or Jalen Miro, just someone that can get in and get this offense moving in the right direction instead of just constant 3 and outs every single game.
No,
if
Chris, I get it.
notices.
It's frustrating. You need a quarterback. Absolutely.
And speaking of being relevant, I mean, we speak about relevant teams. We give the most irrelevant team to the star in the head. They're on segment on the show. I hope you get the chat on YouTube and residuals. But one last thing, I'll say this. Hey, if it needs to be Shedeur, just I'm raising my wrist up and saying I'm busting down my AP. Perfect timing. I get them this ramen.
Okay. Wait, I wasn't sure where he was going with that. Here's the thing. You want to take offense that I said the Saints are irrelevant when you came on and dropped a stat that they went how many minutes without an offensive touchdown? So you made my point for me. I did say that the NFL is better when the Saints are good, but I don't need more than that. You made the point. You said you'd take anybody. That means you're irrelevant. If you want Jackson Dart or anybody or even Derek Carr, if he can stay healthy, that means you are irrelevant. I'm sorry, Chris. Thank you for calling, but, you made my point. Right?
Why yelling at Chris?
Because Chris is yelling at me.
I don't think he was yelling at you. He's
he's from the South, so he's being polite.
Yeah.
But not really polite, but I just spot the lie, dude. EJ, pull up. Saints irrelevant?
I know how the answer is going to go.
I think I know how this one's going to go. Let's go to Ramon in Indianapolis.
Do the whole NFC South.
Good morning, my favorite morning show, and you're correct. I'm sorry, sir. The Saints are irrelevant. They've been irrelevant since they beat us when Peyton had a brain blockage of something because we shouldn't have lost that Super Bowl. That's one that sticks with the owner. He said it. That one definitely sticks with him. We shouldn't have lost that to the Saints. But you've been irrelevant since then. Going to Shedeur, I just want to go quote what Shannon Sharp said in his Nightcap podcast with Ocho. And he just said, the bottom line is, can the man play football? And we saw football being played. You always judge, to me, the greatest thing about this whole Jordan, LeBron, and all great player arguments is, what do you do with less talent? And Shedeur with the poorest line and really only one impact player won 9 games. I don't care about his. I don't care. The first season we threw out, that's a wash. I cared about what happened this season. The man had the highest completion percentage, I think the most yards in college. Can he play football? That's the bottom line. And here we are here in Indianapolis having a quarterback competition, Perloff, with Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson. I think Shador has a spot on somebody's roster real quick. Nico, the quarterback from Tennessee. I just ask you this question. I mean, in my profession, I'm a scientist. My best day ever, as far as income, was probably a little over $1,300 because I worked some overtime. This man turned down $43,000 a week. I mean, his dad talked him into turning down $43,000 a week. People, I don't care if you're regular working Joes, if you're in the 1%. I don't know anyone. I know a few millionaires. I don't think they would have turned down $43,000 a week. Hand that over to me, buddy. He made a bad decision. Thanks for my call.
Ramon, thank you for making the call. Nico just trying to go out there and get a better deal. He was making about $2 million.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's finding that. You were confident that he was going to get a lot more than $2 million.
Yeah, that's falling apart. The market, but I mean, I think he'll at least get 1.5. I mean, basically, you could be a backup quarterback in the Big Ten and make 1.5. And that's not a huge number. Again, he's probably worth more than $2 million. I think he screwed up he got the front loaded money, and the team's like, we already gave you that money. But then he's looking around and be like, there were quarterbacks a lot worse than me or making more than me.
Right.
So $2 million was definitely like, he did the old let's renegotiate after he got the signing bonus. I mean, you got to admit, like, $2 million is not a lot for Nico at all. I mean, that number is not gaudy in any for today's college football quarterback, not at all.
Well, I think there's more to the story. I think that it was the $2 million. He was good last year, but he wasn't incredible. But you have to expect that he's going to take a big step forward here, right?
Right.
I think that there was a thought of not just do we not want to give you this raise where you're asking for double, but also we don't like that you've now come with your hand out this many times. Like, I do think that played into it. Now, whether Tennessee makes a mistake here, it's possible they made a huge mistake by
seems
not
like
ponying
their
up.
season seems a bit lost now.
We'll see. So there's still an outcome here where Nico doesn't look terrible, but I don't think he's going to win this negotiation. And by the way, the Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson quarterback battle, let's not sleep on that.
I'm still team Anthony Richardson.
I can't tell if that's the saddest quarterback battle. It's not the saddest.
It is.
Is it?
It's sad.
It's sad.
I'm very much asleep for it.
Yeah.
I don't know. My guy Kevin O'Connell said
Flipping right through it.
Totally do not sleep. Anthony Richardson would be the youngest quarterback in this draft, basically. He's a baby. He is going to I'm fascinated by that guy. You guys don't like watching Anthony Richardson?
Oh, it's an adventure.
I don't think Colts fans like watching Anthony Richardson, which is a problem.
I don't know. Nobody throws a prettier deep ball, and nobody is as big and fast as him. Does it work as a quarterback? Not at all. But it's still really, really fun to watch.
Have you ever bet on him?
I'm about
or
to
his
say, why is he
team?
not good then?
I mean, he's got he's above 500.
Let's
He's
get
a
Ryan
starter.
Hickey on the phone. Get Hickey on the phone.
No, let's make Richardson fat, and then he'd be Zion of the NBA. Pro would love him even more.
I think there's an Anthony Richardson camp in the NFL. I think there are some coaches who think, "Ooh, give me that guy, and I could do something." I really believe this.
Why don't they trade for him?
Well, I know Kevin O'Connell is one of them. Also, he's under contract. Like the Colts probably can't get much for him. I don't know. Why don't they trade for him? I just think he is 22. I mean, he's a year younger than Shador, a year younger than Cam Ward. I'm interested in him. I'll take him as an Eagles. I'll bet you Howie's looking at him.
Yeah, you're taking him because you don't need him.
Look at him to replace Jalen Hurts?
A team that actually is
No, it's a
counting
backup.
on him is that's a very different thing. To take a flyer on a guy as a backup or third on the depth chart.
Isn't that crazy? He is really young. I think he's younger than Milroe. He's younger than all these guys.
He's a complete shot in the dark. That's the thing with him. It's just like, I mean, no one disagrees about his physical tools, but like, can he read a defense? Can he throw the ball accurately? Like,
He took himself out of a game.
Yeah,
Let's
then
not forget
there's
about that.
some intangible things. Like, what's that about? Like, if someone else wants to fix him, I'd say, all right, you fix him. He becomes a superstar. Great on you. That's a great job. I'm not taking that shot on him. Let someone else fix him.
He reminds me a little bit of Jalen Hurts. He's hard to sack. Like he helps your offensive line because he never goes down on a sack ever. To his detriment, I think that's why he's getting hurt. I think it's interesting. Daniel Jones, I'm right with you guys on that one. I don't want to see. I don't need that.
Andrew Bogusch is here with headlines. He's watched a lot of Daniel Jones in his life and somehow
Moving on.
lived to tell the story.
Yeah. Stop me, by the way, guys, if you've heard this before.
Hand off Curry. Chased by defenders. Backs up. Fly by. Pump fake. 3-ball. Good again. Number 30 with a triple.
Tim Roy on Warriors Radio. Steph Curry's latest clutch 3, helping Golden State close out a 121-116 play-in win over the Grizzlies. Curry scored 37 total and played some defense, helping force a crucial 5-second call in the final seconds of this game. So now Steph and friends are officially in the playoffs.
You appreciate the moments. That's why we've been talking this game for the last 2 months since the trade deadline, how much how important it is to play meaningful games. And now we have a series that's going to be full of meaningful ones.
Against the Rockets starting on Sunday night. The Grizz, meanwhile, go home and prep for a do-or-die game on Friday against whomever wins tonight's Kings-Mavs game. The Hawks in a similar situation after losing in Orlando last night, 120-95. Atlanta gets Chicago or Miami in an elimination game on Friday. The Magic, meanwhile, the 7 seed in the East and will face the Celtics head coach Jamal Mosley.
That was a big-time just team effort by committee. These guys all stepped up, played their role, did what was asked, followed the game plan. 26
points and 6 assists off the bench from Cole Anthony didn't hurt either. Now, far from all of that, the Suns are picking up the pieces from their disappointing season. Mike Budenholzer goes one and done as their head coach for many reasons. One of them comes courtesy of Manny's favorite NBA podcast, Haynes Briefs.
League sources told me earlier in the season, Coach Budenholzer met with Bradley Beal. And he told Bradley Beal that he wanted him to be the Drew Holiday of this team. Now, listen, understanding that Drew Holiday is a player who might become a Hall of Famer. Definitely one of the best defensive players we've seen in this league out on the perimeter. But you got to understand, like, when you're talking to a player of Bradley Beal's caliber, to tell him to play like Drew Holiday, it wasn't well received.
How's Drew Holiday taking this?
Yeah, shot at Drew Holiday, a champion, Drew Holiday.
Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah. See, this is where I think that's NBA coaches who I know are hired to be fired. This is where they're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't. Because saying that you need to play more like Drew, he's not saying be Drew Holiday. He's saying, can you play a little bit more defense and can you be a little bit more of a team guy as opposed to looking for your shot all the time? A coach should be able to say that to a player.
Have you met Bradley Beal?
Well, okay, but you know what? Bradley Beal's at one diddly squad, and Mike Budenholzer has. So there should be a pecking order here at some point, right?
I don't know. I kind of feel like a little bit what Perloff was saying earlier. Like, if you're Bradley Beal, like, whatever, you like him or you don't, like, this guy's a scorer, and he's a terrible defender and doesn't pass the ball. Like, telling him to play like Drew Holiday is like me telling Lamar Jackson, to play like Eli Manning, or Eli Manning play like Lamar Jackson. Like, it's just not realistic. Like, to me, it's like, this is bad coaching. Like, this is not going to, he's not going to be able to do it. So why are you talking to him about this? It's only going to upset him.
The guy's making, how much money is Bradley Beal's contract?
$55 million a year.
Yeah.
Too much money.
Infinity $1 million per year, and also no trade clause. Defense is about effort. And I really believe that. I know people
some of
have
it's
disagreed.
lateral quickness too. Some things you can't teach.
Bradley Beal we're almost, you were 8 years into his career or more? Dude, you're getting paid a ton. And I know you're getting paid to be a scorer, but you could also pick it up on the defensive end. Like, that's not a crime to ask a star player to do that, to me.
I love that another Phoenix Suns reporter came out and said, Bradley Beal told me, don't you ever tell me to play like another player again. What are you, crazy?
What has Bradley Beal done, to be honest?
I don't disagree about the Bradley Beal take of it, but that's why I think it was bad. Like, to me, like, yes, he's a malcontent NBA player. Like, if you're Mike Budenholzer, like, you got to be smarter. Like, that's ridiculous to me.
I have a number that's going to blow your mind.
What's that? How much Bradley Beal makes?
23.
How many years Bradley Beal's been in the NBA?
13.
13.
Is that right?
Wow. 13 years? This dude's been in our life for 13 years.
And how many playoff games has he won?
Oh, he's terrible.
How many has he played in?
I don't know how the Suns didn't see, like, he had big numbers on a horrible team, which is number one sign of overrated. But is there anybody on earth who wouldn't take Drew Holiday 1,000 times out of 1,000 over Bradley Beal?
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, Drew Holiday's Drew Holiday not a Hall of Famer, but he's definitely, like, had a super successful career.
He's a two-time champion. I think.
Yeah, two different teams. He's unbelievable.
I think he's going to get there.
Can we?
You think he might?
Yeah, I mean, two-time champion. I mean, Dennis Johnson's in the Hall of Fame. I feel like he has a similar career.
Nah.
Dennis Johnson, man.
Dennis Johnson is like, that's a superstar.
Dennis Johnson?
Dennis Johnson, yes. How many champions did he win?
He won
5, right?
Well, 4. One in Seattle, 3 in Boston.
He only won 3 in Boston? Okay.
Yeah, Leiber won 3. Yeah, I mean, Dennis Johnson's a great player. I'm saying, Drew Holiday is one of the best defensive players of his generation. Dennis Johnson, same thing. Love Dennis Johnson. I'm just giving respect to Drew Holiday.
Dennis Johnson, 5-time All-Star, Drew 2. Anyway, regardless, I think.
I just think this is where coaches if this is really what doomed Budenholzer, come on. You can also take the criticism with a grain of salt. Either, and I understand, EJ, I get it. You're laughing about that. But, I think that's a little, you can't be that thin-skinned.
It shouldn't be a deal breaker. That shouldn't be a relationship-ending conversation. Even if Bradley Beal's like, dude, never do that again, they should have both been able to get past it.
Also, he didn't say play like Anthony Bennett, the biggest bust of all time. Goodness. You know what I'm saying?
I get it.
He's like Drew Holiday, a 2-time champion and a gold medalist. He didn't say play like a scrub.
And a guy that thinks Hall of Fame. I think my point is, it's not necessarily. I think this is who Bradley Beal kind of is, right? I think this is the problem. You brought him in. When you bring a guy like this and you try to get the best out of him, I just don't think there's any way telling him to play like Drew Holiday, which is just not possible, is only going to accept him, and he's not going to take the role. So what were you trying to get across?
Yeah, but it's stupid to be don't ever tell me to play like another player. So if he had said played like Michael Jordan, then that all of a sudden is some huge insult. Get out of here. By the way, Bradley Beal, 22 and 27 in playoff games.
Tell you what, Chris Haynes
never passed the second round.
Chris Haynes really filled out this brief with this news. Great piece of news.
I don't understand why you don't like this guy.
It's not that I don't like Chris. I do like Chris Haynes.
Okay.
I get tweet notifications for Chris Haynes. Yeah, of course. It's just sometimes his briefs just leave me feeling more. He should fill out his briefs more.
I don't know why you're taking a shot at Chris Haynes' manhood.
Manhood? Questions about manhood. I'm talking about his reports.
His reports are called Haynes briefs. So that's why.
Yeah, right.
Just fill them out a little bit more.
I'm not touching that. 888-710-4ISN. Thank you. I don't know where Perloff wasn't there for that.
He's gone.
888-710-4476. Look up Dennis Johnson highlights. I'm assuming. What happened there? What happened?
You saw a synopsis of the show there. Drew Holiday is as good as Dennis Johnson. I'm like, what? And I was called old. That's exactly how this show
Dinosaur.
works. Yeah. I was like, okay.
Okay, coming up, one thing that I suddenly feel very guilty about. So we'll get to that, my personal stuff, in just a moment. And also, Nico Harrison doubling down. Was this the right thing to do? Traded Luka Doncic, and he says it's the right thing. All right, we'll hear from him next.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back. Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. So I understand that there's some honor in not ducking smoke, kids call it. However...
Yeah, kids are always saying that.
They're always saying that.
Nicely done.
But here's the thing. There's also just bad ideas. And Nico Harrison, the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks, doing any media right now, just a bad idea. He's the one who traded away Luka Doncic. So yesterday, he and the CEO of the Mavericks, a guy named Rick Welts, did a closed-door meeting with select members of the media because they wanted to talk about the discussion, they want to talk about a new proposed arena for the Mavericks. Yeah, you're not going to get asked about that. That's not going to happen when we are less than 2 months or about 8 weeks. When did this Luka trade go down?
Right before the Super Bowl, right?
Right, okay.
Saturday night before the Super Bowl. But by the way, the new stadium is interesting only because of what you're about to talk about. Like,
well,
if you're going to build a new stadium, wouldn't you want Luka Doncic to open that bad boy?
Yeah, the report that they're losing like $100 million in revenue, projected to lose like $100 million in revenue over the next few years because of how disinterested the fan base has become after this unpopular trade. Yeah, it definitely plays into the stadium thing. So fair point to you. It's just, of course, you're going to get asked about it, whether it's one member of the media or 500, whether you're in a scrum or whether you're behind closed doors, you're going to get asked about it. So Nico Harrison just kept saying 3 words over and over again, according to these reports, just defense wins championships, defense wins championships. And that was the response. So he's essentially doubling down. Now, listen, I get why he can't abandon ship now. Like, you're going to look like you flinched, If you all of a sudden say, yeah, you're right, guys, I made a huge, gigantic mistake, you might as well clean out your office. So he's got to, go down with the ship on this thing. And make no mistake, he will go down with the ship. There's no way he's going to somehow become hailed as this great general manager. This is the last job he will ever get.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how I would play this. Okay, you just made the worst trade in NBA history, and you're sitting there with the media. What possible? You're right. I guess you have no choice but to say, hey, we're just hoping the defense will pick up next year. It's a 4-year window. It's not. This was probably the worst trade. I mean, I'm not so convinced. I'm a little different than you. I think that Luka's definitely going to win in LA. I think the West is just going to be so brutal over the next few years. It might be tough. But still, the Mavericks have no chance. So I'm not sure you're right. There's no other choice here. I just think that there's got to be something. He could say a little bit more because he is in the biggest hole I've ever seen a GM in any sport. I can't remember an NFL GM, MLB GM who's been in this bad of a spot.
It's rough. And Anthony Davis is back, but of course he got hurt 2 quarters into his debut with the Mavericks. Kyrie Irving is out until deep into next year because of his knee injury, and they don't control their next, 4 out of 6 first-round draft picks, I believe. I mean, he only got 1 first-round pick back for Luka, plus the players, but 1 pick. I mean, that's absurd in this day and age. So, even if Luka ends up becoming the president of a hookah company and is a fat slob and can barely make it up and down the court, it still doesn't make up for the fact that you didn't get maximum return.
Yeah, you didn't call anybody except your buddies at the Lakers.
Yeah, which is just so crazy to me.
Yeah,
now,
did you like Anthony Davis? I mean, come on. By the way, that's really fascinating. I'm very curious to see them play in the play-in game. Anthony Davis is playing. What if they go on a little run? Would that be amazing?
It would. It would be amazing.
They would have to beat Sacramento and Memphis to get into the playoffs. I'm kind of rooting for this guy. I don't know why.
You're rooting for Nico?
I'm rooting for Nico.
He can use you right now.
What if Dallas somehow found a way to at least make the playoffs? Does that help?
Perloff, you got to drive to San Antonio, which means you got to go through Dallas. If you say you're a Nico fan, I'm very concerned about your health on the way to San Antonio. You got to stop this. We can't do this.
Well, in my sense, I think the Mavs just went from okay to totally irrelevant now. Now the Dallas is solely focused on the draft right now. Are they? But what if they get the 8 seed and knock off the Thunder? Then are we talking about?
I still don't know. I don't think there's anything outside of a championship, which I don't know if there's anything he could do. It will always go down.
Because I was the guy, remember when this happened, I'm like, you know what? If you squint, you can see Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving. It makes sense. He's a great defender. And you were dubious. You were instantly dubious. I will give you that. And
I was kind of with the grain on that one. I don't know. I didn't feel like I was really out on a limb.
I was like, you know what? Anthony Davis, pretty good.
Max Christie, don't sleep on him. I mean,
I was hearing more about Max Christie's advanced stats in that week. Did anybody else see all those numbers around Max Christie?
So it didn't help at all. And I'm going to do this for our fans in the Bay Area because this is really catered to them. Tim Welts, I mentioned, was also in this closed door thing and with the media. And so I think he's trying to save Nico here. Right. And Nico keeps saying defense wins championships, and that's all he's saying. And I have no regrets about trading Luka Doncic, even though, basically he's lucky that he hasn't been run out of town. And Rick Welts comes in and tries to say, listen, I was part of the Golden State Warriors when we made a very unpopular trade, which was trading away Monte Ellis.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Oh.
And they got Andrew Bogut back, and that was the real thing that kickstarted the dynasty.
Yeah.
And then people are like, you dummy. Luka Doncic is the Steph Curry of that analogy, not the Monte Ellis. Monte Ellis got traded away. Yeah, a couple people were upset about it, but it opened the door for Steph Curry to become Steph Curry.
There is a curious thing about Warriors history. They talk about Andrew Bogut like he was Will Chamberlain. Have you ever seen that before? They all credit Andrew Bogut. But anyway, Monte Ellis was a pretty nice little player, nifty little player. But no.
I remember they got booed. That happened in Golden State. The fan base did boo when they traded away Monte Ellis, but who cares? That's the dustbin of history because Steph Curry, they clearly knew what they were doing. Nobody thinks the Mavs know what they're doing. And it's the wrong analogy because you traded away Luka. Luka's not Monte Ellis. Luka's Steph.
Yeah, I think Mike Budenholzer had it better when he said that Bradley Beal could be like Drew Holiday than Luka Doncic being Monte Ellis.
Yeah, you dipsticks. What are you doing over there? Come on, Rick. Anyway, so that was not fun. Not fun for Nico.
Yeah, no, he's in a bad spot. I'm going to try and brainstorm some ideas what Nico can say.
He needs better PR. Coming up, it is Wednesday, which means it's time for the great debate. This one based off of something awesome that we saw this week. Stick around.
You're in a 5-minute break.
Well, down in Town, Texas, there's a football team. Got $1 billion stadium, living the dream. But the fans don't holler, don't hoop, don't cheer. They just sip on Merlot and nibble on beer. They got boots on their feet, but won't step in no mud. Call it America's team while their wine's getting judged. Talk about championships like they're still in their prime, but I swear they care more about the notes and their wine. Oh, Cowboys fans with your fancy hats, eating aged cheddar while you clap in the stands. Too busy sipping that Porto Red to notice your team got whooped again. And people are still in at work. Yes, he's stuck with y'all at a wine and cheese church. They wear big old hats but never break a sweat. Talking about that like he's Brady's threat. Wear suits in the front row, acting all posh. Meanwhile, their playoff hopes just got squashed. They tailgate with Sam and that's lightly seared. Hair and white wine with playoff tears. They got money for days, they got yachts and stocks, but still can't explain why they love Jerry's box. Oh, Cowboys fans with your fancy hats, dip and Gruyere while you make playoff plans. Too busy sipping that Chardonnay to notice the Eagles just ran away. And people are still ain't at work. Maybe he's chilling in Dallas with all you jerks. Well, I take my beer and my barbecue over a snob with a plate full of goat cheese goo. I'd rather see a team that don't fold in December than hear about them boys from a wine club member. Oh, Cowboys fans with your pinky out, talking about rings while your team's in doubt. Too busy snacking on fancy breed to see the NFC don't belong to me. And people are still ain't at work. Guess he's joining y'all for desserts. Somebody tell Pete he's on the schedule, unless he's too busy ordering a cheese flight. Down in Texas, there's a football team. Got $1 billion stadium, living the dream.
One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Maggie and Perloff on the Infinity Sports Network.
Travis Hunter, very confident. We know that. Welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. Taking a step further, though, Pearl, in an interview with CBS Sports, where he was asked if a team said you could only play on one side of the ball, offense or defense, what would your decision be? And he said it would be to quit football. You're not keeping him off the field. He wants to play. We're asking you today, is that a me first move or a team first move? How do you interpret when a guy's saying, I want it my way, I want to do this the way I've been doing it since college?
Yeah, I know you think it's a me first move, but I kind of like the brashness and the confidence, and I'd like to see it in context too. I mean, this is Travis Hunter. I would not consider to me, he's not a malcontent. To me, he's just been kind of positive throughout his college career. Let's face it, Colorado wasn't great, and he sort of kept them fun, even more than Shador, because he was so intriguing as a two-way player. I think he's got to be a two-way player, and I'd rather hear it now than 2 weeks after he got drafted. That is my defense of him. Say it now, get that message out there. Don't draft me if you don't want me on both sides, because he knows he's not falling further than 5.
Sure.
So why not just get that message out there now? I really want to play both ways. Let's do this.
See, it comes off to me as a me first move. And here's why. Not because I think that Travis Hunter is this incredibly selfish athlete or something like that. It comes across as me first because you haven't played a snap yet in the NFL. If you get to the NFL and you look like you can handle this, you are good on both sides of the ball, you're the only person in history who doesn't need a warm-up or an adjustment period or whatever, and you show that you are, in fact, that dude, then do whatever you want. But I think you need to have you have to have shown that you can do it on the NFL level.
Well, how are we going to show you do it unless the team lets you play both ways?
Well, I'm saying you have to show that you can master one side of the ball, or that you can handle a part-time, say he's a full-time corner and part-time wide receiver. Let's try to get through a season healthy. Let's try to get through a season, without this welcome to the NFL moment. There's plenty of guys who come into the league and we think they're just going to walk right into greatness. And you know what? The first season can be a little dicey. He's not going to be going to a great team.
I think he's smart. It probably doesn't matter. I'm sure the teams have already decided on him, but I think there is some smarts to saying up front, you better play me both ways or I'm going to be miserable. Would you rather, if you're a team, know that now? He's obviously not afraid. He had no fear of someone not drafting him for that.
Sure. I guess is the better answer, though, whatever the team needs?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
Only for quarterbacks. They're the only ones who would say it's always whatever the team needs.
No, I mean, quarterbacks should be this times 50.
They have to be humble.
No, they have to go where they think their skills are suited. Quarterbacks should not go to the wrong place. Honestly, if you're a quarterback, you have to, and you are confident and you're still going to go in the first round, I would steer towards a better team. I'd probably avoid Cleveland. I've been pro Cleveland. I'd definitely avoid the Giants. If I was Caleb Williams last year, I would have played hardball, and I would have avoided the Bears.
But okay, so where should he have gone though? Because a lot of times
Caleb should have gone to Washington with Cliff Kingsbury, as it turns out.
Well, it turns out, but maybe they wanted Jaden Daniels the whole time.
Well, yeah, but Chicago, we knew, it was a narrative. Will Caleb Williams be afraid of Chicago? Turns out he should have been, because the management structure was bad. The team around him was bad. They didn't have the right plan for him, and Eberflus got fired 8 games in.
I know, but
that was a mess.
His career's not over.
Right.
He's got Ben Johnson. This is what I'm saying about Shador. Or about Travis, pardon me.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter. It's not that I don't think he can have a long, productive career. I think to come into the league when you have not taken a preseason snap yet and to say, I demand to play both sides of the ball, to me looks tone deaf.
But realistically, though, don't you think he has to say this? Because wouldn't it be terrible if he went to a team and they used him on one side and he was saying something? That's really anti-team. You got to say it now.
I think he'll say it now and then. I think he'll say whatever. And again, that's putting your role above the team's role. And I get it. You can try to manipulate where you get traded to.
Yeah.
But the problem is that let's say you go to what's in air quotes a good situation, and then all of a sudden there's injuries, or the coach gets fired, or the coach quit. It's never going to be exactly perfect. And so to me, to come in and say, I'm calling my shot here on how I want this to go, you don't know yet. 888-710-4ISN. So you're welcome to weigh in. You can vote on our poll at Maggie and Pearl. Is this a me first move or a team first move for Travis Hunter to say, I would quit playing football if I can't play both sides?
One thing I do think he knows. I think he absolutely knows.
What's that?
I think he knows he's playing both ways.
Well, I mean, the Browns, who have the second pick, who have been linked to him, Andrew Berry has come out and said, yes, he can play both sides of the ball, but I don't know if it's going to be full time, like 40 snaps on both sides.
Right, but he's met with all these teams. If he's going to say it to some dude at CBS, he's definitely saying it to the team. So I think he's been assured. And the other thing, too, the teams are at the top of the draft by definition are losing teams. They could use, except for New England, who happens to be stacked at cornerback for some reason, they could all use help on both sides of the ball. Mm-hmm. The other thing, too, is I remember Deion. It was weird when he was out there because you're like, oh, man, is that defense about to score on us? I tell you right now, Travis Hunter is going to be a danger on defense. He could probably float around at safety a little bit and just like feel the play and get picks, and then he's off to the races. I think he's really interesting. He reminds me so much of Deion. Yeah. Then Deion would line up at punt returner, couple snaps on offense. Deion was a huge weapon on defense, and I think Travis Hunter is I'm positive he is the closest thing to Deion since Deion.
Yeah, listen, I mean, you start going from corner to safety. Things as you move in, it starts getting a lot more physical. So I don't know if that's necessarily an awesome idea.
But if you watch, and actually, I don't know film, but it felt like Deion used to float around a little bit. He used to kind of watch the quarterback, and I don't think he was Revis would shut down the receiver. I just think that Deion would be eyeing the quarterback a lot and trying to make a play. I think Travis Hunter wants to go out there and make a play desperately.
No, I know, but they all do, and it's like.
But nobody's done what he has done. There's no one even close to achieving in college what he did. Not even close.
I get it, I do, but again, we've had a lot of guys who we thought they were going to be slam dunks. I mentioned Marvin Harrison Jr. Last hour, and we even had someone who called up and said in fantasy football, Marvin Harrison Jr. was like going top 5 for people, and you know what? It took an adjustment because he didn't go to a very good team. And the same thing is going to happen with Travis.
Yeah, I mean, I think Marvin Harrison's a great example. He didn't get enough targets because the offense wasn't good. And Kyler Murray has to run back about 80 yards to see the field because he's only 5'9". I have a lot of issues with Arizona. Then they hand the ball off to James Conner all the time. Marvin Harrison should have came out and said, don't draft me if you're not going to give me 8 targets a game. Like Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors also lost, but he was happy because they threw him 14 times a game. So I think it's a good example. I don't know. He had a lot of catches. These are wide receivers. It's really, their only concern is how many catches they have.
Team won 3 games. I mean, if you're happy about that, then there's something wrong with you.
No, you're called a wide receiver. That's what you are. I think there is no position in football that is more me first. So it kind of makes sense. I'm not scared of Travis Hunter because of this. Your concerns about injury, legit. Yeah. I have no problem with that. But attitude-wise, I want him to be out there on every play.
Again, you can go to Maggie and Pearl on X and you can vote. Travis Hunter said he would quit football if an NFL team told him he could not play both ways. Is that a me first or a team first move? Go ahead and go vote. It is Wednesday, which means it's time for the great debate.
The Great Debate Series.
Okay, Pearl, you know how we do things around here, obviously. And the Great Debate is something that is loosely based off of the news of the week. Sometimes. This week, we saw one of the great sports triumphs. Rory McIlroy finally winning the career slam after choking it away on 18. Rebounds in the playoff. And goes and breaks his major drought. It is now in golf immortality. So we're asking you today, what is the greatest sports triumph? Now, there's a lot of ways this could go. Again, loosely based on the news. I don't know if any of us are picking Rory this time around, but greatest sports triumphs. Why don't you get us started?
So I kind of had a 2-person debate here. I thought we almost should have taken this person out of it because it's such a huge triumph. It's historic. It's Jesse Owens at the 1936 Olympics.
After the fanfares of the Olympic opening comes the most amazing performance by America's black streak Jesse Owens in the 100 meters. The world's most superb runner makes the others look as if they're walking as he wins the final and equals the world's record time. This and his later victory in the long jump may well be the athletic performances of the century.
So to prepare for our great debate today, we decided the topic. I rewatched the movie Race about Jesse Owens last night, 2016. I got to tell you, I got emotional. It was intense and heartbreaking. Rory McIlroy beat Justin Rose in a playoff hole. Jesse Owens set every record in front of Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
Not same. This, the pressure
in
he
Germany.
had. The pressure he had in the 1936 Olympics with what was going on in the world is unimaginable. This was the greatest achievement, arguably, in sports. Yesterday was Jackie Robinson Day. That's the other person I thought about. But if you're looking at one triumph, what Jesse Owens did in Germany, with everything that was going on around it, and the fact that he was so good and so dominant in the sport, to me, is the greatest triumph. By the way, interesting fact, I was wondering why didn't he play football at Ohio State? Team was not integrated, and that's why their track and field team was so good, because the football coach wouldn't let black players play on the football team. So I was thinking, wow, he could have been a legacy of great Ohio State wide receivers as well. Can you imagine
he didn't do
that guy?
Enough, but basically showing up Hitler.
But it was an actual topic. Why did he get steered toward track and field? Because it was a different time in America. 1930 faced racism here all the time.
Yep.
Incredible story.
It's a great one.
Yeah, top that, guys.
Yeah, I know.
Hello.
I was going to say, I should have ended with Perloff. I don't know. That was
you should have gone to me first. Good luck.
Kind of a mic drop on that one. Well, that's the great debate, everybody. It's either Jesse Owens or Jackie Robinson.
I know. Sorry.
It's been a fun show. Thank you, Andrew
I'll
Kaplan.
fade this music out now.
And we will go to breakfast. Okay, so
actually, you might be able to top.
So, no, because I saw yours, and I was kind of... You got me thinking about political things and world events. Not that Jackie Robinson wasn't important for the world. He was. But obviously baseball was being played right here. And I started thinking about on the world stage with, tension in the world. Not World War II. I was thinking about the Cold War, which brought me to 1980 Miracle on Ice.
McClanahan is there. The puck is still loose. 11 seconds. You've got 10 seconds. The countdown going on right now. Morrow up to Schultz. 5 seconds left in the game. Do you believe in miracles? Yes! Unbelievable.
Al Michaels, legendary. Do you believe in miracles?
What is that?
Gave me, man, Al doing that and then having to do a Thursday night Jags-Titans game just is not.
Color Rush game. Wow.
No, listen. I mean, it was. We all know it.
Yeah.
1980 USA hockey team made up of college kids and amateurs going up against a Soviet team that was heavily favored, that had won 5 of the last 6 Olympic gold medals, including 4 in a row. They were pros. This was the semifinal. Michael Ruzioni with the go-ahead goal 4-3. And they're all remembered as champions and heroes. It was devastating, obviously, for the Soviets, but because it was the height of the Cold War, and there was so much tension, it meant so much more for the Americans. And obviously, they go on to beat Finland in the final. They win the gold medal, and we're talking about the greatest sports triumphs. I don't know if Jesse Owens was an underdog. I don't know if they were setting lines back then. But the USA team being such an underdog and the backdrop of the politics of it all, I would decide to go with the Miracle on Ice.
That's a good one. Now I feel bad for everybody after the two of us. We went Jesse Owens, Miracle on Ice. Good luck. I mean, once again, Rory McIlroy breaking an 11-year drought. Sorry, Rory.
He's just the slight inspiration for the topic. Okay, we're asking the greatest sports triumph. EJ's got a great one. I did not think of this. EJ, go ahead.
Sorry, I was trying my mic, right?
Yeah.
So I'm actually wearing a shirt that represents my pick.
YouTube.com/Infinity
So if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. So I'm going with Magic Johnson 1992 All-Star Game, where Magic Johnson earlier in the year had to announce his retirement because he had contracted HIV, which was a very scary time where HIV kind of became a real epidemic in the country, and a lot of people were dying very quickly, and there was a lot of uncertainty about what it meant to have HIV. And Magic Johnson, when he made that announcement, a lot of people it broke a lot of people's hearts. So Magic Johnson was still voted to the All-Star game, and he decided to come out for one last game, and he put on quite a show.
6-5 3-pointer. Yes! Oh,
Maybe you'll see me back, maybe you won't, but I'll remember all these good times this afternoon. I'd like to thank you for sharing this with me. Thank you.
So Magic Johnson wins All-Star Game MVP, a very signature moment where he has these late game moments where he's guarding Michael Jordan and Isaiah Thomas, who are, of course, big stars. He stops them, and at the end, he hits a step-back three over Isaiah Thomas. The crowd goes crazy. 25 points, 9 assists. But even beyond that, just the symbolism of seeing a young man healthy out there playing basketball with his peers without the crazy health risk people thought was real at that time. So I think this is a very important moment for HIV advocacy. So I'm going with Magic Johnson's All-Star Game appearance and MVP performance in 1992 in Orlando.
Yeah, we're talking about the greatest sports triumphs, and that's a great one. I mean, people wouldn't hug Magic, wouldn't shake his hand.
Yeah.
I mean, that was, we knew so little about HIV then, and now look at Magic. I mean, healthy, a billionaire, and obviously one of the greatest players ever. Okay, Manny, the greatest sports triumph of all time is what?
Heavy topics to start it off, guys. Yeah. Mine has absolutely nothing to do with a heavy topic.
Okay, lighten it up for us.
Leicester City back in 2015, 2016. Well, the year before that, they had finished 14th in the Premier League. The year before that, they got their promotion to the Premier League. In 2015, 2016, preseason plus 500,000. The Cleveland Browns. The Cleveland Browns this morning, I just checked this before the segment started, plus 20,000. Plus 500,000. And little old Leicester City won the Premier League.
Leicester are champions. Leicester City are champions of the Premier League. The greatest story ever told has its happy ending. For Claudio Ranieri and his players, an unhappy ending.
Leicester are champions. Leicester are champions. No matter how many times you say it, it doesn't sound real. Leicester champions. The party underway. The singing has started.
And what breaks my heart for the Foxes and their fans, some of the best players like Ben Chilwell, Danny Drinkwater, N'Golo Kante, Riyad Mahrez, they all ended up getting poached by some of the bigger teams in Europe. So this team has unfortunately broken up. Really, Jamie Vardy, the only contributor from that season, is still on that team.
Even Drinkwater?
Yeah, Danny Drinkwater is gone. Can you believe that? Danny Drinkwater is gone. Leicester City.
Drinkwater.
Plus 500,000. I got them. I think it's just bananas what they did. Oh, and they're about to get demoted back to the second division in Europe, in England. So I mean, yeah, this is what Leicester did was just it's incomprehensible.
You brought up like the Browns. This is like at their lowest, like the Browns, the Lions, the Jets, all winning the Super Bowl in the same year somehow. Like that's how improbable it was.
Right, and the same 3 teams win every year, so that's a crazy thing.
Yeah,
and how much does all those other teams spend compared to Leicester City?
Exactly. It's a rotation of City and United, and well, not United over the past decade, but City and all these other big old top 6 teams.
Liverpool,
little
Arsenal.
Leicester City won it all.
Okay, Bogusch, finish off the category here. The great debate today, the greatest sports triumphs of all time. Did you go with Jesse Owens, too?
I
Pearl?
didn't. It is an honor to go last after anti-Semitism, communism, major health concerns, and I guess imperialism with Manny's English soccer mention. But none of your picks, guys, ended one of the most painful title droughts of our lifetimes. USA men's basketball went 1 entire Olympic Games without a gold medal. So they circled the wagons and gave us the Redeem Team.
On a penetration, kicks it back out to Bryant. Bryant puts up the 3. It's good. Kobe Bryant from downtown, and the foul.
Is there anybody in the NBA who loves these moments more than Kobe Bryant?
Kobe, front and center on a team that did everything possible to reclaim gold, including sacrificing Pau Gasol to build team chemistry. Rightfully so, the Redeem Team of 2007 and 8 going into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame this year.
The Redeem Team, greatest sports triumph.
Yeah. Let's stick with that.
I think Kobe's 81 was probably a bigger drive against the Raptors.
60 in his last game of his career.
No, listen, this is Bogusch's pick, guys. Got to respect it. Greatest sports triumph of all time. Perloff doesn't even recognize the Redeem Team as a thing.
Yeah, that's sort of the genesis of this.
Got it. I'm the last to know.
No, Bogusch threw it out as a total joke, and I didn't. Nobody was laughing except for me.
Yeah,
and because it was just a test of EJ's unbelievable dedication to the fact that he thinks the Redeem Team's a thing. So it was a test. Does EJ actually think Bogusch is serious at all?
Well, listen, you weren't there clearly when the USA was humbled to a bronze medal.
I mean, the only
losing to the likes of Puerto Rico and also Argentina.
The only thing that really works about the Redeem Team is the cool rhyme.
Right.
If they were called just the comeback team, then there's no way Bogusch would pick them.
No.
That's not a...
It's not a thing.
So
once again, you guys claimed all the good ones. So I'm sitting there going, what am I? So I just said Redeem Team is a joke, waiting for a laugh. I didn't get that. I get a side text from Perloff going, why is no one laughing? You're not being serious, right? I'm like, not even a little bit.
I did have to ask. Like, you're kidding, right?
Of course I'm kidding.
Why did you just say that in the regular text? Are you kidding? I just thought it was a terrible pick. You see some of Manny's picks? I don't know. You guys do
I'm not Manny.
do weird stuff all the time.
No, Leicester City. I remember that. That was
that was a good pick. I'm saying other Manny picks or Pete Bellotti. I mean, come on.
Damn,
I'm not Pete either.
How many Bret Harts did we got?
Wow, the lack of respect for me right now is stunning. I'm just wide receiver diva,
this is an homage. This is an homage to your original bad Redeem take.
What was the bad take about the Redeem Team?
That you think it matters at all.
What are you talking about?
That you have a take.
I mean,
they just had a documentary. What are you talking about?
See, this is where, remember Perloff like an hour ago was like, I bring up Kevin Johnson and everybody clowns me just because I brought up an old guy. This is where you clown EJ about being young. See, you guys give each other, it's back and forth.
It's not about being young. It's about having awful takes.
What is my take on the Redeem Team?
That it matters at all. I would say Jesse Owens is the top of Mount Everest on triumphs.
But
the Redeem Team is below the Mariana Trench.
What are you talking about?
I'm just saying the fact that you took it seriously enough to not know it was a joke is an exposure.
Manny, did you say anything? Maggie, did you say anything? No one else said anything.
Keep me out of this one.
How is this an EJ thing? That makes no sense.
I knew it was
because you have a Redeem Team tattoo. You are Mr. Redeem Team. It's the greatest moment in our
I have no
ever.
idea what you're talking about. That's why it went over my head. I'm like, okay, whatever.
I knew it was a joke, but I was like, all right, let's do it. Okay, 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. We are asking you today, loosely based off of Rory McIlroy completing the career slam and a career champion. What am I trying to say? Slam.
Redeem Team.
He redeemed himself, breaking his majors drought, and we're asking for the greatest sports triumphs of all time. You can take that whatever way you want, whether it's an individual player, like EJ said, Magic Johnson, at the All-Star game after being diagnosed with HIV, whether it's Perloff saying Jesse Owens. We had Jackie Robinson Day yesterday. I said Miracle on Ice. Manny went with a 500,000 to 1 shot in Leicester City. And, of course, Bogusch with the absolutely on-point, completely real.
Yeah, thank you in advance for your votes on the poll. Really excited to win.
I feel
that
bad.
one.
I feel like you and I have a big edge in this poll. It's just we did take the
Magic is pretty big. That was a huge triumph.
I don't even think it's the biggest All-Star moment.
Magic Johnson and HIV.
That was such a huge moment.
I think
deal.
when AI crossed over MJ, that was bad.
Now you're taking it too far.
No. I think Jesse Owens and Miracle on Ice are a bit more iconic.
Oh, I don't know.
What?
888.
Oh my God, you guys are all out of your mind.
But you can't poo-poo what was going on with Magic. That was he was like the first celebrity who we knew was HIV positive. It was such a huge thing. We never thought he'd play again.
Yeah, I don't think it belongs in the same conversation with Jesse Owens. Just me.
888-710-4ISN.
It's only like millions of people across the world have HIV and were inspired by Magic Johnson to get on the basketball court. But screw me.
888-710-4476. So we're asking the greatest sports triumph. What do you got for us? We get back to some NFL draft news in just a moment. Don't move.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back. Maggie Perloff Show. Great debate. Greatest sports triumph of all time. Kind of off of Rory McIlroy finally winning at the Masters, breaking an 11-year drought. I went with Jesse Owens. Maggie?
I went with the Miracle on Ice. EJ?
Magic
Johnson playing again after he was diagnosed with HIV. Manny?
Leicester City winning in 15 and 16.
They were a 500,000 to 1 shot, and Bogusch.
I abstained. I didn't actually submit a real nomination this week.
Bogusch went with the Redeem Team, finally getting USA basketball back on track.
Bogusch, you should call an audible.
I went with sarcasm.
You should pick a real one.
Go with Redeem Team. I did think of Kerry Strug this morning because I walked in knowing I had to find a real thing. And then Manny was like, we already have Redeem Team sound for you. Like, oh, everyone really did think I was being serious.
It's a deep cut of the show about where does the Redeem Team, where's their place in history?
Yeah, the Andrew and Andrew show loved it. I don't know if the overall audience appreciated it.
I just think, too, like I said, like, oh, Jesse Owens and Miracle on Ice, those are giants. Those are tough to beat.
Yeah.
They are. I mean, this is why this is a great topic, because it's whatever it means to you. 888-710-4ISN.
England in the mid-2010s. Whew, that was a crazy time in England.
Manny, yeah, you wouldn't have known the magic unless you were there. Mike is in Seattle. Mike, what's the greatest sports triumph of all time?
Those are all great that you said, but the Buster Douglas knocking out Mike Tyson, that was unreal. But, yeah.
Certainly greatest upset of if not, I mean, I had Miracle on Ice, which is also considered one of the great upsets, but Buster Douglas,
legacy doesn't mean nothing.
I forgot exactly what the odds were, but a 42-1. That's famously. He was 42-1 underdog and knocked out Mike Tyson, who was at the peak of his powers.
Well, I wonder about that too. Great upsets like Villanova beating Georgetown. You could go with any. A lot of upsets are triumphs too.
Absolutely. JT is in Eugene. JT, what's the greatest sports triumph of all time?
I got to go with Dirk Nowitzki and his championship run in 2010, 2011. It was absolutely insane what he went through to win it all. He had that Blazers team with LaMarcus Aldridge and Brandon Roy. He swept the OKC Thunder, which had Durant in his prime, Harden in almost his prime, and Russell Westbrook. He swept the defending championship Lakers, and then, of course, getting through LeBron and the Heatles. That's got to be one of the biggest triumphs in sports.
JT, it's a good one. I mean, thank you for the call. And Dirk's run there and beating who he beat in the finals, and also how much does his legacy change off of getting that title?
Yeah, because they probably should have beaten the Heat the first time they played, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how
that was pre-LeBron. Yeah.
How did they beat LeBron in Miami that year? It's amazing because that team was all time that they beat.
It was Dirk on a heater. Remember they were making fun of Dirk because he was like had a cold, and Dwayne Wade and LeBron James were like pretending to cough. I was there when they clinched that in Miami, Game 5. Robert is in Texas. Robert, you have one for LeBron here. What is it?
Hey, so when LeBron was down 3-1 to the 73-9 Warriors, that's the most unbelievable triumph ever. Come back from 3-1 after Curry and the Warriors had beat Oklahoma City down 3-1. Mm-hmm. Come back and to solidify their greatness, and LeBron snatched it right from them, down 3-1, come back and defeat them. The greatest triumph.
It's a fantastic one. Robert, thank you for that. It's when LeBron himself now claimed that he's the greatest of all time after that. You're dubious of this. This is huge. I was thinking, for Cleveland, of all places.
I'm just thinking, is this the greatest comeback in a series ever? I would say the Red Sox down 0-3 is a bigger triumph, although it's not
damn respect, too.
I think they're both.
This was close.
They're both right there. I mean, the Red Sox broke that big curse. Cleveland. This was a title for a city that had just been so down and out, not associated with winning at all.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams come back from 3-1. The Celtics done it before, so it's good. But I don't know if greatest. Yeah, maybe I don't
know. 73 win Warriors.
Yeah, it's up there.
I think he can make a case. Shane is in Boise. Shane, what do you have the greatest sports triumph of all time?
Hey guys, now I recognize this doesn't have the prestige and the nostalgia of a Redeem Team, but
but little does.
I got to say my Boise State Broncos taking down the giant that was the Oklahoma Sooners in the 2007 Fiesta Bowl. That game literally launched a brand of a little teeny tiny G5 school in Boise, Idaho, which most people, mistake Idaho for Iowa 9 out of 10 times. It literally launched a brand, a school, a program, and its football field into national prominence that still is as strong as it's ever been, some almost 20 years later.
Wow. Has it been 20 years? Don't tell me it's been 20 years.
2007.
It's been 18.
Oh,
not quite, but we're creeping up on that.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Shane, it was awesome. I mean, and all the memorable plays from that game specifically. So it's not just the upset, but it's the trick plays and then also the proposal. I mean, so much. And now Ashton Genty from Boise State is probably going to be a top 10 pick.
Yeah, I mean, Ashton
They're in the college football playoff
probably
this year.
Could have, in a normal year, would have been the Heisman too. Yeah, and the field. I agree. I mean, that's another great upset triumph. Villanova, Georgetown. To me, Villanova, Georgetown, maybe because I'm from Philly, but this is in that milieu for sure.
No doubt. Last one, we'll get to Bogusch's update. Scott is in Fayetteville, Arkansas. The greatest sports triumph. Scott, what do you have?
I have the breaking the 108-year World Series drought with the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah. It was amazing. And you know what's so crazy, Scott? Not just it's the curse of the Billy Goat and all the lore that came along with it and Bartman and putting all those demons to bed, but that actual Game 7. That is an all-time game between the Cubs and the Cleveland Indians, Guardians
God.
now. And you have to think that was totally trending Cleveland's way. And then you get the weather delay, right? And the Cubs came back and won. It was it literally felt like a higher power intervened there for the Cubs.
Don't you think history forgets how close that game was too? I mean, the Cubs easily could have not broken the curse.
That was an all-timer. All right, keep them coming. 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. The greatest sports triumph. Andrew Bogusch is here with, I'm sure, what will be a triumph of an update for us.
Guys, their late season coaching change didn't keep them out of the play-in, nor did it get the Grizzlies out of that play-in just yet.
It'll be Aldama to trigger the inbounds. Grizzlies looking to set screens across the floor from Aldama. Here's Morant breaking to the ball. Aldama's got to get it in.
Oh, no.
5-second call.
No.
That play took way too long. That's the ball game, folks. 5.4 seconds left.
That's Grizzlies radio. Memphis losing on the Warriors floor last night, 121-116, doomed by that late mistake and 75 combined points from Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. The Grizz will host the winner of tonight's Mavs-Kings game in a do-or-die contest on Friday night. The Warriors get the 7 seed and a first-round date with the Rockets. The Magic headed for Boston in round 1 in the East, but only after flirting with disaster last night against the Hawks.
Here's Cole to the elbow. Can he get that? He got it. Cole Anthony, ice cold tonight. 21 points. The lead is 16.
That's Magic Radio. Orlando led by 22 late second quarter, but let the Hawks get as close as 3 in the third before pulling away for good. Cole Anthony, 26 off the bench in what was a 120-95 victory. Trae Young ejected for back-to-back techs with 5 minutes to go. His team has the Bulls or Heat on Friday for the 8th seed.
Don't you know I'm Trae Young?
A reminder that some have called Alex Bregman the Drew Holiday of the Red Sox.
Here's the pitch. It is high in the air into right center field. Meisner back at the track at the wall. Leaps. He cannot get it. It is gone. Bregman does it again. It is a 2-home run game, and the Red Sox lead it 7-2.
That is Red Sox Radio. Alex Bregman, 5 for 5, 2 homers, 4 RBI in Boston's 7-4 win in Tampa. The Dodgers beat the Rockies last night 6-2, dropping Colorado to 3-14. The Brewers snapped a 3-game skid, 3-0 over Detroit. The Mariners' 4-game win streak ending 8-4 in Cincinnati. And the Twins held off the Mets 6-3, but lost shortstop Carlos Correa during a 5th inning at bat to left wrist pain. Correa likely headed for an MRI.
Oh, no, that's a hammer bone.
Is that worse than losing your contact lenses, both of them coming out of your eye sockets because the backswing of your bat hit your helmet?
Well, I would think that the lenses were fixed pretty quickly. The wrist is a long-term issue for him, so that might not be fixed as fast.
Yeah, maybe it's a little apples to oranges. I just still can't believe this happened to Jason Dominguez of the Yankees. I don't know if you're going to bring this up, but I don't wear contact lenses.
Now.
I don't wear contact lenses. You do, Bogusch. EJ does.
I do not.
You don't wear contacts?
No.
So right now you just have no glasses on? You're just freewheeling it?
Dude just cannot see. Just can't read his script.
My glasses are for distance, so I don't need them for my computer here.
Got it. Pearl, do you ever wear contacts?
No, I don't have contacts, but I got to tell you, sometimes, because I think I'm nearsighted, when I take my glasses off, I can see better far away. So I think what Bogusch is doing, I relate to.
Well, but I have the reverse of you.
Oh, okay.
Like you look fine. Maggie's in the...
Maggie, you look nothing, right?
No, 2020 right here.
2020 for now.
The best thing about me.
I was good until about 41, and it was like right downhill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It changes.
Crap.
Yeah, 2020 for now, Mag. You are going to be, there's going to be a moment in the next 5 years where you're going to be like, wait, what?
See, I was bummed because I can't hear anything. So I was like, well, at least my eyesight is still good.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. All right.
I heard it.
But anyway, Jason Dominguez hit himself with a bat by his own bat by accident and knocked his contact lenses out of his eyes.
Turned out to be the game-winning 3-run double. Thank you, Jason.
Real quick, I heard a lot of tech entrepreneurs get LASIK because they're afraid when the apocalypse comes that there's going to be no glass makers. And as their eyes worsen, you're going to need LASIK because there's no other way to correct your eyes after the doomsday.
Wait, they're getting preventative LASIK, or they have vision issues?
They're tech nerds. They all have glasses. Okay. So, but they think once everything falls apart, that's what one of the first things going to go. People aren't going to be able to get new glass subscriptions. So they get LASIK and it's fixed, and you never have to worry about that. And they get motorcycles so they don't get caught in the traffic on the way out of town.
It's funny.
Never heard of this?
The motivation is simply the apocalypse. It's not, hey, I don't want to wear glasses anymore.
No, because glasses are cool. Everybody likes wearing glasses, but if you can't update your prescription every few years.
Because the zombies are walking around in the apocalypse, or just a nuclear holocaust.
Think about it. Resources are running out. We can't get fresh water, but LensCrafters is open.
Can I get them in an hour?
So I think that there's a reason.
And
that guy, by the way,
still going strong.
That guy who hit his contacts out, like, you're a baseball player, get LASIK, right? Wouldn't that help you? I think you wouldn't want to mess around.
That's what I think it is. I think they're worried. What if the surgery goes wrong and all of a sudden I can't pick up the threads on the baseball?
Didn't Jameis get eye surgery
Yeah.
to rectify some eyesight problems?
Yeah.
He's still throwing picks like there's no tomorrow.
I also don't know, does LASIK work for every eye issue? Like, is it all encompassing, or can you not maybe be like, can it not be helpful for you?
Because I have the eye of a tiger.
Thank God it helped Jameis.
I have no idea. I'm terrified. They open your eyeball and put a laser in there? No, I'm good.
Yeah, and I don't want contacts. I don't want to touch my eyeball.
So if doomsday come and the apocalypse happens and you see me wandering the wrong direction, it's because I can't see anything.
You'll find like some old guy at the glasses shop, the last survivor.
Yeah.
The horses prepare for battle.
Are you also, did you teach yourself how to ride a motorcycle if you're preparing?
No.
You have a bicycle, I know that.
I'm going down on the first wave.
I think that's better.
Yeah.
You're like foraging around for food and gas and trying to deal with, I don't know what, nuclear winter.
Do you guys have a 2-week water supply?
Yeah, it's in my backyard. It's in my backyard. Let me
I got a
get
hose.
right back.
Dig a hole.
I have a moat.
Who of us would survive a nuclear plant?
We've done this poll before, and I'm always the first one out.
Which is funny because you're the one who thinks about it the most.
I think about it the most, and I have no skills. None at all. And I watch a lot of shows about this.
And you have no bunker. You've got no provisions.
Where are you going to put a bunker in Brooklyn?
Yeah.
That's a him problem.
I live right next to the Brooklyn Bridge, probably one of the biggest targets in the world.
Yeah.
No, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
I was in this mental jail this weekend watching Castaway randomly, thinking like all these things that Tom Hanks did.
Yeah.
I'd have no chance.
None.
Building ladders, figuring out how to
became
write.
an expert fisherman.
Yeah, I'd be done. If I saw a second Wednesday, I'd be happy.
Little thing about that movie, if he doesn't get lucky and ice skates are in one of those packages, he's a dead man.
True.
Oh, because he can cut the coconuts. And I've thought about this very thing so many times.
So you have ice skates?
No, I'm obsessed with how I think about how I would have handled Castaway all the time.
How do you think you'd handle it?
I think I would have tried to jump off the highest point 3 days in. Wait, by the way, Maggie, you're right behind me. Like I don't think you could last.
You just asked me if I have a 2-week water supply, and I looked at you like you had 3 heads.
I mean, I don't know which one of us. I mean, EJ's a city kid. Manny.
Can I tell you the one I think of?
Yeah,
Oh, Manny also a city kid. The one thing I think about is I would have been terrible like on the frontier. I think about that sometimes, like when we're doing covered wagons and discovering America and all that stuff.
Oh, my God.
I hate cold water. I would not have wanted to bathe in a river.
No.
But you wouldn't have known better. Like, don't forget, you wouldn't have gone, I miss a hot shower.
I need a hot tub.
I got water.
Yeah.
If I can't floss and brush my teeth 3
Maggie
times a
didn't know
day.
existed.
Maggie Perloff would pull into the van and be like, so what's the bathroom situation here in Tombstone?
I can't go in just any bathroom. Not Manny.
Yeah, what's the
Who's
situation?
looking for public bathrooms.
I'll get distracted by the bathroom.
I would have been terrible in the frontier.
Yeah,
It's like, bake us some bread, woman. I'd be like, what?
Would be good. The middle of the field. Is the rest area coming up soon? What's going on here?
Where's the Lombardi pit stop?
Yeah. Oh, man. I know I would have been bad. 888-710-4ISN. Anyway, the real question we're asking you, what is the greatest sports triumph? Loosely based off of Rory McIlroy winning the Masters on Sunday, but we want your picks. Greatest sports triumph. Let us know.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. 15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back. Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. On Wednesdays, we do this thing called The Great Debate. Loosely based on the news of the week. Today, we're looking back at Rory McIlroy winning the Masters and asking you, what is the greatest sports triumph of all time? Now, I don't think Rory would crack any of our top 10s, but it was a triumph for him.
Yeah, I was already Tiger in 2019 crack a top 10.
Or 97. It depends which Tiger. Like, do you want the, him winning the Masters, the first black man to win the Masters? Do you want his comeback at the end of his career to win the Masters? Both are triumphs. Both could count.
Yeah, I think the 19 one was so unlikely, and he'd been through so much. In the vein of Rory, that one was like Rory. I mean, there are other golf triumphs too. Huge underdogs. I don't have them off the top of my head. Oh, Nicklaus in '86. That gets a lot of play.
No doubt. Let's go to the phones. 888-710-4ISN. Let's go to Wilson in California. Wilson, who you got?
Yes, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I think, Maggie, you stole my thunder.
What's that?
I thought it was the Miracle on Ice was a no-brainer for me. And the second one, I think Perloff hit it, the 36 Olympics. Jesse Owens triumphs over, the Nazis and Hitler. But I was just thinking of an event that was very significant. And of course, like the Masters, it has to encompass a worldwide audience. I mean, we have our triumphs here in this country, but I'm talking about in front of hundreds of millions. And I remember at the 2008 Beijing Olympics where Michael Phelps got 8 gold medals and eclipsed Mark Spitz's swimming record from the 72 Olympics. And that one kind of stood out to me.
Yeah, 23 gold medals, 28 overall. And, Phelps went through so many ups and downs. Like, I think he had a couple of DUIs and stuff, but, his mental health journey, quit the sport, came back. And he's kind of, thank you for the call, Wilson. Appreciate that. He's kind of a guy, Pearl. It's a little like LeBron in a sense, and this is what I'm going to say. He had all the hype in the world. It was like, you are going to be the next great thing. And he not just lived up to it, he exceeded it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, listen, he's in Mount Rushmore of Olympic athletes. My only argument is the number of gold medals I always feels a bit inflated.
Because he has relays?
Well, like Usain Bolt didn't have the opportunity to win 8 gold medals.
Right.
I just think some of the events were quite similar. So I always feel like 28 gold medals is like compared to, say, Usain Bolt, who is right there. I think the two of them are, or Carl Lewis, for example, couldn't quite get that many. So that's my only, and that people kill me when I say that.
Yeah, like LeBron James can only win 1 gold medal per Olympic cycle is what you're saying. Right.
Phelps had a lot of opportunities. He's obviously the GOAT of that sport, obvious. And, I think Simone Biles is right there, too, of Olympic achievements. Yeah, I think maybe her comeback too is pretty cool. I think Olympics are tough. There's a lot. I mean, does Phelps really stand out above Jesse Owens, Bruce Jenner, Carl Lewis? There's a lot. That's where
John Carlos and Tommy Smith.
Yeah, where triumphs are born out of the Olympics all the time.
Quickly, Jim's in South Carolina. Jim, we got about 10 seconds for you, pal. What do you got for us?
Yeah, that's okay. 1996, Gary Scruggs on that Olympic vault on a bad angle.
Yeah,
Yep.
Carrie Strug, thank you for that call. That was an unbelievable vault. I mean, needed it because it was part of the team competition. So it's like gymnastics kind of individual, but they got the team all around, whatever. And this was everything. So she's limping. She completes the vault into the hands of Bella Caroli.
Oh, iconic moment. That had a moment. Oh, my God. Yeah, I remember she was the darling of America. I'm curious. It's funny. We don't talk about her as much anymore. Feel like that one, it's got a little bit lost in the dustbin of history, a little bit, or is she? You just say her name.
I feel like NBC dusted off every Summer Olympics. I feel like I see a Strug highlight. The problem is that the Carolis got very controversial.
Okay.
So I think they got disgraced a little bit because of some things that were happening in the USA Gymnastics. But Strug, Those are just the coaches. Strug, she stands out.
Yeah. I mean, I think, too, who's the face of gymnastics now? There's no doubt.
Yeah, Simone.
Simone kind of blew everybody out of the water.
No doubt. 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. So keep them coming. The greatest sports triumphs of all time. We'll also get into, man, one quarterback really putting it out there. Is he right? We'll tell you.
You're in a 5-minute break.
Daily was waiting by that glowing screen, hoping night shift crown would go to the king. Ship held it down night after night, with fire in his voice and truth in his mic. But the news came in like a cold hard slap. Pat Boyle's got it, felt like a trap. No shade on the kid, but let's be real, Shepard earned a late night deal. Now Shepard ain't sleeping and Daly's in tears. The Shepard maniac's been loyal for years. We stayed up late, we rode every wave, but they gave it to Pat and dug Ship's grave. So we howled the moon and cursed at the sky, asking one question: why, oh why, oh why? Meanwhile, Bellotti still don't show up for work. No call, no text, just gone with a smirk. Yet Ship clocked in through the thick and the thin. Rain or shine, he'd always check in. Infinity, you broke our trust. We wanted Shep and that's a must. You picked a Boyle, but we needed flame. Now the overnights just won't be the same. Yeah, Shep, it ain't sleeping, we're twisted with rage. You skipped the vet for the new kid on stage. From the Bronx to the burbs, we're standing tall. Shep, a maniac's answer every call. So crank up the static, let the record show. There's only one man for that late night blow. Pat's got the slot, but it don't feel right, 'cause Shep, it ain't sleeping, not tonight. It ain't sleeping, we're twisted. Daily was waiting by that glowing screen, hoping night shift crown would go to the king. Ship held it down night after night, with fire in his voice and truth in his mic. But the news came in like a cold hard slap. Pat Boyle's got it.
Sam stumbled into work at night, smelling like a whiskey, cheap boxed wine. Tried to flirt with Lisa from accounting again, but HR warned him that's strike number 10. Oh Sam, you gotta read the room. You ain't Casanova, you're just full of booms. Where the hell is Peter Bellotti? Did he call in sick or win the damn lottery? Nobody's seen him since 2:15. Was it a long night or a rendezvous? Oh, Bellotti, did you ghost us for good? Or are you just stuck in your neighborhood? Sam sent an email, slurred every word. Called the boss, baby man, that's absurd. Tried to high five, but he missed by a mile. Knocked over the coffee, still flashing a smile. Then he said, I may get too familiar too soon. I am told by HR and writing, yeah, that's getting old. Where the hell is Peter Bellotti? Was he trapped in traffic or hiding in the lobby? The phones keep ringing, but
everyone's really excited about what Travis Hunter can be in the NFL. But I don't need the quotes on top of it of just how determined he is from day one to play on both sides of the ball. Welcome to the show, Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. And again, not everybody is hanging, Pearl, on every word that this young man is saying. He's the reigning Heisman Trophy winner. He's electric. We all want to see this thing that, we've really never seen before, because he's not talking about what Deion Sanders did, which is be a defensive player and special teams player with a package or two that's offense. He's talking about playing both ways on a full-time basis. We've never seen it. He'd be the Shohei Ohtani of football. And I just have an issue with him calling his shot so definitively before he's ever stepped on an NFL field. And the reason why I bring this up today is because he had some quotes to CBS Sports where he was asked if a coach said you can only play offense or defense, what would be your answer? And he said, my answer would be to quit the sport.
Well, don't you think he already knows, by the way? I was actually thinking about the logistics of this question. At this point, and EJ has said this, it's not that it's scripted, but I think most teams have already decided what they're going to do. I think Travis knows he's going 2 or 3, and I think he's had a discussion because they met with the team multiple times. So I think he's saying something that he already knows the answer to. I have assumed that they've worked this out, right? It's an important draft question.
Well, no doubt, but here's the thing. We haven't even gotten to OTAs yet with these rookies. We haven't gotten to a training camp. We have no idea, and he doesn't know, as much as you want to try to script it out, we have no idea how this thing is going to go. What is it like when you actually get to this team? How are you adjusting? Do you have any injury issues? There's so much unknown. To say I would quit the sport if I can't play both sides, I think the answer that I really want to hear there is whatever helps the team. Mm-hmm. If they need me more on offense, if they need me more on defense, it's not just about what my personal goals are, even though they could help the team, but it's not about my personal goals. It's about what do you need me to do, and I'm going to do it.
But, okay, let's be real here. Dude grew up with Deion Sanders as coach. Do you think that
I get it. But he's not Deion, though. He wants to be, but he's not yet.
I think he kind of is Deion. I mean, I think that's his model, and just really the two-way athlete. I know it's totally different, but Deion was brash enough to think, you know what? I can play baseball while talking about not doing something for your team. I can play baseball and football simultaneously. Now, how would you view that?
I mean, there were a lot of people at the time who did think that was kind of a selfish move, but we were so, I think, blinded by the spectacle of it, right? Like, can he do it? Can he do it?
Yeah.
It didn't feel wrong, but to be honest, I don't remember at the time where his teammates ticked off about that.
I think that there were probably different rules for Deion.
Maybe.
And I think Travis Hunter, there are different rules for him. I mean, let's face it, there are probably other college players who've had the skill set to play quarterback and wide receiver. Nobody's had the audacity to try it, and that's what we're talking about. This is a bold, uncharted territory. I mean, you're probably right. He's probably going to get hurt 3 weeks in. But
well, I hope not. I'm not wishing that, by the way.
Well, no. But you're right that this is a real concern about the wear and tear in the NFL. But your question about attitude, I'm going to give him a total pass. I think he's the reincarnation of Deion Sanders, and Deion didn't follow the normal rules, so I'm going to let him have an attitude that is not traditionally team first.
888-710-4ISN. We're also asking you on X, you can go vote. Travis Hunter saying he would quit football if an NFL team told him he could not play both ways. Is that a me first or a team first move? Me first is winning by quite a bit here. But again, if he's coming to your team, you're excited about it, right? You just don't want this to become a thing. Like, do you have to earn this kind of brashness? Like, I know Deion was huge coming out of Florida State and all of that, but, he can kind of call his shot because he was Deion Sanders. We don't know yet if Travis Hunter is going to be an inner circle Hall of Famer like Deion or not. And I think you got to give him a little space to adjust to the NFL. He should give himself a little space.
Yeah, but he is going to be probably the number 2 pick. That gives you a big leg up. I mean, you don't draft a guy number 2 who you don't think has a chance to be a Hall of Famer. That's just not a thing, right? Like, if you're taking this guy at number 2, you expect him to be a superstar. Right. This has to be a superstar. Otherwise, you should take Abdul Carter. If you don't think Travis Hunter is a unique talent like we've never seen before, trade out and get a quarterback. I mean, they probably would do that if they could. I mean, Cleveland, they need a quarterback. If they didn't think Travis Hunter was once in a million years, they would not. I'm jumping to a conclusion that they take him. But you got to think this guy's a Hall of Fame talent.
It is funny to me, just as a side topic here, how close we are to the NFL draft and just there are teams out there legitimately have no clue who the starter is going to be. No clue who the starter is going to be in Cleveland.
Yeah, how many?
You have no clue who the starter is going to be in Pittsburgh. I mean, it's just funny to me that there's just a lot of question marks about this. And you have some quarterbacks who are sitting out there, but I don't think Cleveland's taking a quarterback now.
Yeah.
I think they should with Shedeur.
Well, what if they get one at 34? 33, actually, their first pick in the second round. Then you have a room of Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, and let's say Tyler Shuck.
You win in the AFC North with that?
No, but you're not winning it with Shedeur Sanders starting either number 2. So I think that Cleveland's at a tough spot. They made a bad decision with Deshaun Watson, and they're still building out. I think, like you said, like every team can't have the Super Bowl on their goal list.
Well, that is true. 888-710-4ISN. So we're asking about Travis Hunter saying he would quit football if he couldn't play both sides of the ball. Is that a me first move or a team first move? I say me first, but Perloff says team first. Like, he wants to be out there, and this shows how dedicated he is. He will help the team no matter what. It is Wednesday, which means around here we do something called the Great Debate, loosely based off the news. This week we are reflecting on Rory McIlroy, who won the Masters and completed the career slam, winning all the Masters, all the majors. 6th golfer to ever do it. So we're asking, what is the greatest sports triumph of all time? And quickly, I'll go around the horn for us. Or go ahead, Pearl. You can start us off.
I have Jesse Owens.
Jesse Owens. I went with the Miracle on Ice. EJ.
Magic Johnson, All-Star Game MVP.
He was the MVP after he was diagnosed with HIV. That was the triumph.
Yeah.
Manny.
Little Leicester City wins the EPL.
They were 500,000 to 1 shot, and they actually did it. And Bogusch went with the Redeem Team. He was trolling us a little bit with that one, which was funny. He also said Kerry Strug, the Olympic, gymnast, was also one he was eyeing. Let's go to Aaron, who's in Milwaukee. The greatest sports triumph, Aaron, is what?
Well, to me, it's Jackie Robinson. I mean, because he was voted Rookie of the Year, and it's not like he won that by hitting a home run. He got that because people who didn't even want him in the major leagues voted for him for Rookie of the Year, so that was great and quite an accomplishment. And then also Bill Russell on a team in Boston that a lot of people hated him. He came home one day, and there was human waste in his bed, but Red Auerbach not only said, hey, in restaurants, if Bill Russell can't eat with the team, then we're not going to eat there, but he made him the coach of the team, and he won a championship as a player coach during a time when a lot of people hate him because of his skin color. So those two things.
Aaron, they're great ones. I mean, Jackie Robinson's entire life is a career a triumph, right? And same thing with Jesse Owens. And these bigger, it's like societal along with sports. These are, this is rarefied air. And this is why we love this topic, because it could be anything from a major upset of Leicester City, who came out of nowhere as an underdog, to Jackie Robinson breaking the color barrier, or Bill Russell having to stand up to racism in his own city. I thought
of this in terms of what would you make a movie about? And I'm looking, there have been at least 5 movies about Jackie Robinson, and Jesse Owens has had 3. Miracle on Ice, well, you had a movie. I think that is, to me, that, like, we're talking about triumph. Is it a triumph enough to get a movie? And I think everything that's been said could easily be a movie.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, or at least a documentary.
Well, I'd hope so, right? I'm trying to think if there's a Bill Russell movie, like a feature film. Documentaries, yes.
Well, wasn't there a great documentary about Bill Russell about 10 years ago that told that story about his house getting burglarized? I remember that being a big deal.
Yeah, I'm wondering, though, is it like, who's going to play Bill Russell in the movie? I think basketball players are hard.
Yeah, because you're so tall.
It's hard to pull that off. Zach is in New York City. Zach, what do you have? The greatest sports triumph?
Long-time listener, first-time caller to my favorite morning radio program. There's a story that's been buried for 2 weeks on this show, and I think it's the greatest sports triumph ever.
Wow.
And that's Zach Gelb making it there and back to San Antonio before Perloff could.
Zach, you couldn't hold it in any longer. You had to call in. So, Zach.
Yeah, it's a joke. I go to San Antonio there and back, there for 4 or 5 days. People were asking me, where the heck is Perloff?
But did you drive?
No, I flew. I don't lose bets like you.
Wow! Zach, well, thank you for calling in. Zach Gelb, you can listen to him afternoons on many of these same Infinity Sports Network stations. Calling in just to troll Perloff here. How was San Antonio, dude?
It was wonderful. I didn't realize that San Antonio isn't as much barbecue as I thought, but Stu Kovacs, who you know well, we found a barbecue joint called Pinkerton. And Stu had one of the most impressive accomplishments I've ever seen. He had a full barbecue tray, and then I actually went to the Spurs game, and then I found out that Stu went to Whataburger about like an hour and a half later. So, like, Stu could eat, man.
Bang,
it's ridiculous.
But they do have some big old women.
I have been in a barbecue city with Stu Kovacs. So is Perloff. We all went to Kansas City when we were doing the draft a couple years ago. And Stu was he was like gung-ho is the way I'd put it. He was on board. He's a great person to travel with.
I thought they were going to make him check himself underneath the plane, honestly, on the plane for how much food he was eating. It was crazy. But in all seriousness, I do have a sports triumph for you.
Oh, you know what?
Sure.
Not just trolling Perloff.
Just you going to San Antonio and back before Perloff.
I don't think I want to hear the sports triumph.
Well, like, enough about Manny's like little soccer and all that stuff. I know this show isn't big on the Patriots, even though EJ has a Matthew Slater jersey. But 28-3, what are we doing? Greatest sports triumph ever.
I know.
I knew you'd go Pat.
And no one saw it coming, Zach. The little engine that could. Just the
it was a whole long year. You know, I won Super Bowl 49, didn't get there in 50, and then 51 down 28-3, and then bam, they win it all.
I think the bigger triumph isn't it the same year that Brady was suspended for the first 4 games, right? I mean, where he got railroaded
that witch hunt by Roger Goodell. That witch hunt.
I know.
Air pressure. People don't believe in science. It's a joke.
It was the 5th Super Bowl, right? Of the 6? That was 5?
Yes. Brady has his 5th, the toss to James White at the goal line.
Now, Zach, are you still a Patriots fan, or are you more of a North Carolina fan or a Bucks fan? How are you dealing with your franchise right now?
Well, so I'm still a Patriot fan, obviously. The UNC situation is weird to me because the Belichick with his girlfriend, who's the secretary, and all the emails as well, and 24 years old. The more and more I see those photos, I'm like, Bill, what are you doing? Like, that relationship creeps me out a little bit.
Listen, maybe if he had been a little more flexible, welcoming in some new ideas, maybe he wouldn't have run Brady off. You know, you could have 7, 8. You could have, who knows, you have 10 Super Bowls.
Yeah, it's still more than you, Maggie.
Well, I mean, everyone's got more than me. Thank you, Zach. And that's where we say goodbye to Zach Gelb.
Holy smokes.
I mean, Zach does have the Patriots run. It's pretty good.
Listen.
That game, it was a pretty good triumph.
Patriots live rent-free in my head, and he knows that. So thank you to Zach. You can listen to him afternoons on many of these same stations. While we're talking about some housekeeping around here.
Yep.
We do want to send out a huge congratulations to our guy, Pat Boyd.
Oh, yeah.
Who has been named the new overnight host on Infinity Sports Network. If you guys are listening to us on the radio, you're going to get Pat because the clearance for overnight is like all over the country. Pat's a good time. He's a lot of fun.
Hey-o.
Lots of sports takes.
Yeah, good friend of the show. Has always been awesome with us.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I got sent out.
Notre Dame fan, right?
Notre Dame. Cleveland Browns, I believe.
Yeah. Cubs? No, he has a weird baseball team too. Or
I think he does dabble with the Cubs.
Yeah.
I know KO for a fact is a Cubs fan.
Yeah, Carlos is a big Cubs fan.
Yeah. Pat's super fun. We get to hand off every morning.
I know. He's good lead-in for us, too.
No, it's really funny. And
I have dementia.
So far, he's 3 for 3 with a good line every morning. You have to say something. Hey, good luck with this or whatever.
Yeah. Good little banter back and forth.
Yeah, you got to have a little banter at 5:55 a.m.
I want to go to one here. We're talking about the greatest sports triumphs. But again, congratulations, Pat.
Big nut guy.
We're excited for him. I have no idea if this next person is telling the truth, not telling the truth. EJ, I'm just going to go ahead and assume you vetted this. Steven's in Hawaii. We're talking about greatest sports triumphs. I've never heard of this before. So, Steven, go ahead. What is it?
Hello, everybody. This is Steve calling from the great city of Hilo, Hawaii, where we have our beautiful volcano going off.
Ooh.
And I'm calling from station KPUA. And I'd like to talk about something that I think we can all agree upon. True sports legends are rare. So if they appear in our lifetime, we should consider ourselves privileged to have witnessed their amazing accomplishments. Don't you think so?
Absolutely.
The oldest sport in the world, if not one of the oldest, is the great sport of sumo, 1,500 years. And in that span, there have been 75 what they call grand champions, yokozunas. And in the July 2022 tournament, the great Hakuho, literally peerless in the world of sumo and possibly in the world of individual athletic competition, won his 45th championship.
Whoa.
Think about it. Bill Russell's 11 rings, Tom Brady's 7, Michael Jordan's 6. Don't even come close. Rocky Marciano's unblemished 49-0 record as boxing's heavyweight champion comes to mind. But Hakuho once won 63 consecutive bouts. Incredible. And in that tournament, he faced what they call a champion, Ozeki, who is now a retired yokozuna by the name of Teruno Fuji. Hakuho went up after 4 months of recovering from a serious knee injury. Came back. Both fighters, both sumo wrestlers, were 15-0 going into the final. And Hakuho won that championship. It was his 45th championship in his 12-year yokozuna career.
Wow.
And he retired as the greatest, if not greatest, unblemished yokozuna in the great sport of sumo. And if you're from Hawaii, you know sumo, because we've had some great sumo wrestlers like one grand champion, yokozuna Akebono, who recently passed away. And I just wanted to throw that in there because this was an amazing feat.
Stephen, thank you for enlightening us on that. I was just riveted by you describing the history of sumo and Hakuho, and I didn't know anything about that. I did not also realize, I knew sumo's been around forever, for a long time. I'm reading this quickly on the internet, so it's a little like quick internet research, that the first sumo match, the year 23 BC? That's the internet's telling me.
I would have thought like Greco-Roman wrestling, something like that would be a little bit older, but he said that was one of the coolest calls we've ever gotten. I don't know what the heck, who he was talking about, but that was really cool. Fight sports they talk about triumphs, boxing and UFC and sumo, they all lend itself because it's such an individual achievement. We could have had 10 boxing feats.
Yeah, someone called in earlier, said Buster Douglas over Mike Tyson as all-time great triumph.
Ali comes back.
Holly Holm over Ronda Rousey was a big one. She was such a big deal at the time. Ronda was but not Hakuho. This is like an all-time streak that we didn't know about until just now. I had an opportunity to go to a sumo match here in New York, and I couldn't do it. And I was because I had a conflict, so bummed about that. I always wanted to watch this.
Good story. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
I need to make it happen. Maybe it's a show.
Show trip to Tokyo.
Can't drive there. So Perloff's out. Damn it. 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476.
Hitch a ride with Zach.
Zach
on his private plane.
So thank you guys. Keep them coming. We're asking for the greatest sports triumph of all time. And guess what? We all just got a little smarter on this show. We've got a lot more to do, including what the heck is going on in Pittsburgh right now with the Steelers? It's M&P.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining.
Taste that glow and the chat's gonna feel low. Runs the scene, spitting fire so hot it makes the snow seem mean. Down in Louisiana, Drunko Sam's lit. Rare snow on the ground, but he don't give a shit. snow in the south, man, what the fuck's this? While Bilott's ghosting work, he's always dismissed. Stunner film, dropping shit like whoa. Drunk on Sam's bus, no one.
Eight night vibes, hitting up the show. Maggie and Perloff dropping takes that glow. In the chat, Stunner Filmo runs the scene. Spitting fire so hot it makes the snow seem mean. Down in Louisiana, drunk on Sam's lit. Rare snow on the ground, but he don't give a shit.
Born in the summer of '94, Zach Kell came to play. From Philly to the airwaves, making noise every day. Temple's pride on whip, sports director in the booth, and turning '94 whip. Larry sharpened up his truth from the Jersey air on Fox Sports 90/20 to Eagles post games, making Mondays funny. Late nights on CBS, the Mad Dog in the mix. Now he's prime time 3 to 6. From the Jersey air on Fox Sports 90/30 to Eagles post games, making Mondays funny. Late nights on CBS and Mad Dog in the mix. Now he's prime time 3 to 6. Oh, Zach Kell's on the air, turn the dial up. Last one stop legend in the making, making Daddy Bob proud. CBS Sports Radio every afternoon. Zach's got the taste that'll make you swoon. They said 2 a.m.'s for sleepers, but Zach changed the rule. National spotlight, just a kid out of school. Then he jumped to Sirius, NFL, and Mad Dog shows. CBS calling back, primetime flows. Now he's breaking news, taking calls on the fly. From touchdowns to trades, he's the sports talk guy. From Philly roots to national clout, comes the host we can't live without. Oh, Zach Kell's on the air, turn the dial up. Last one stop legend in the making, making Daddy Bob proud. CBS Sports Radio every afternoon. Zach's got the taste that'll make you swoon. Now he's breaking news, taking calls on the fly. From touchdowns to trades, he's the sports talk guy. From Philly roots to national clout, comes the host we can't live without. Philly to the nation, he's got the drive. Every hot take, every call keeps the show alive. He's Bob Chubb's son, but he made his own name. Zach Kell's the future of the sports talk game. Oh, Zach Kell's on the air, turn the dial up. Last one stop legend in the making, making Daddy Bob proud. CBS Sports Radio every afternoon. Zach's got the taste that'll make you swoon. So if you love your sports talk, bold and smart, Zach Kell's the guy with the fire and heart. From Temple to CBS, he's the voice on the scene, the king of the...
Welcome back, Maggie and Perloff Show. Great debate Wednesday. We're doing greatest triumph in sports history. What strikes me, Maggie, is the wide range of things people are nominating. We just had a sumo wrestler.
Yeah.
We've had incredible comebacks. We've had societal ones. It's incredible what people consider here.
I know. Sorry, I'm going to deep dive on Hakuho.
Yeah, did you confirm everything that the caller just said?
Yeah, no, he was right on. Hakuho was...
How'd you spell that, by the way?
It's Hakuho.
Okay.
And a Mongolian-born Japanese...
Mongolia Maggie, that's what we call her.
former professional sumo wrestler. No, that's not where I was. I was just in just regular old Cancun. And he was a Yokozuna. And that's what our caller Steven in Hawaii called in to say he had this incredible streak. We're talking about greatest triumphs. And he was Yokozuna, the best of the best, and he was even the best of that. So
yeah, there you go.
And he recently retired.
Has anyone mentioned Tiger's last Masters?
Yeah, we talked about that.
Okay.
Maggie said you could put the 97 Tiger thing, 86 Nicklaus.
first Masters for Tiger or last Masters? Because the first one with him being the first black man to win the Masters was also an incredible triumph.
Yeah. The last one sounds better in my head for this question.
Because of everything he went through.
Also came off of Rory, and Rory's was in the same vein as the 2019 Masters. A comeback.
That's true. Let's go to the phones. 888-710-4ISN. Greatest sports triumph. Josh is in Michigan. Good morning, Josh.
Hey, I was going to go with Dale Earnhardt winning the 500 after 20 years after losing the race in every imaginable way.
Yeah. Oh, that was one of those in bigger than Rory, even I would say Dale Earnhardt for sure, Josh, where everyone felt there was an outpouring of positivity around it. You know, like Rory starts crying on the green when he wins, and it was like even if you were kind of rooting for the trade for the him to screw up again, that you felt it in the moment for him.
Absolutely.
Same thing about Dale Earnhardt. He wins whether you're a Dale fan or not. I think everybody felt like the positive vibe.
Yeah, and he's still to this day probably the most popular driver.
Yeah.
I mean, he's I think everybody loves him. And now I love him too because all he does is watch TV and comment on Prestige TV all day long.
I don't follow him on social.
Dale Earnhardt's he's one of us. He does the same things we do every day. He's amazing.
Sports dad.
He's a huge football fan, obviously.
Let's go to our pal Sean, who's in Oregon. Hey, Sean, what's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, you guys. I got a most triumphant moment. It was about a champion named Muhammad Ali who was stripped of his title in 1967 for not going to the Vietnam War.
Mm-hmm.
And 7 long years he gets rumbled in the jungle against George Foreman, who is undisputed world heavyweight champion, undefeated fighter. And Muhammad Ali was 4-1 underdog. Nobody gave him a chance in that fight. And then that's a moment of redemption, and that is a moment of triumph. That's truly the greatest moment of triumph. And America loves a comeback story. And that was his greatest moment because America was so against the Vietnam War at that time. And when he won that fight, he won over America. He became America's champion. Have a great day, you guys.
Sean, thank you. But Ali was also criticized for that. You know, he had to deal with that with a lot of backlash from it too.
For not going to Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right.
For being a conscientious objector.
Well,
and his reason why, which obviously was one of his famous quotes, which I can't say the full thing on the air. But
well, it's funny too, because talking about movies, there have been so many movies about that particular fight. I would need a boxing historian to tell me, why is that more triumphant than when he finally beat Frazier? And it does seem like that's the one that history is. Both of them were huge. The Ali Frazier triumvirate was incredible. But there have been 2 movies, When We Were Kings, I think won the Oscar.
Yep.
And was it called Ali? Michael Mann's movie. Will Smith, incredible. So yeah, that you can't argue with that one.
let's go to, how about Dennis is in Buffalo. Hey, Dennis, how are you?
Good, Maggie. How are you?
Fantastic.
Glad
What's
to
up?
speak to you. Hey, I got a good sports triumph. First black man to win the Heisman Trophy, Ernie Davis out of Syracuse University. I don't know what year it was, but that was a huge change in culture for the United States to have a black man win the best college football player.
Yeah, Dennis, a great one. 1961. That's when, and thank you for the call. That's when Ernie Davis won the Heisman for Syracuse. I want to get some more in here, not to gloss over Ernie Davis. That
Also,
was
a great movie about him, The Express.
Yeah, The Express is a great movie.
Go Bills.
Steven is in Boise. Steven, what's the greatest sports triumph?
Hi. I've actually got two. You guys mentioned Mark Spitz earlier. He won his Olympic gold medals during the 72 Olympics when they had all the terrorist stuff going on, and he is Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
So all the pressure he had because of that, because they were really keeping him under security. And then on a lighter note, Jim Abbott, who used to pitch for the Angels, only had one hand, was an Olympic gold medalist when they had baseball in it. Really an inspirational story. I think he was a great sports triumph.
Stephen, great ones, both of them. Yeah, the terrorists who killed the Israeli athletes at the Olympics, such a horrible, horrific thing. And Mark Spitz getting the record in the face of that. And then also Jim Abbott. how. I mean, Jim Abbott, I've been lucky enough to interview him, Perloff. He is one of the most down-to-earth, coolest guys. And how he pitched a no-hitter and how he would switch his glove from one hand to the other, it always kind of gets me choked up. I don't know how he was able to do that.
And he had a big career. He was not just a fluke by any means. I don't know. How many years did he pitch?
Over 10 years, I think. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, former Yankee. Pitched the no-hitter with the Yankees.
Definitely.
Incredible.
Yeah. He was and I believe did he play college baseball at Michigan? He's from Michigan. I know that.
I also think, was he,
yes, he did.
An Olympian? I feel like
that's what the caller just said.
Right, okay.
Did he ever hit? I feel like I've seen videos of him hitting too. Like
he never had to.
Not in baseball,
right?
But like at a certain level, like as an amateur, I think he could do that too.
Oh, I don't know.
10-year career.
That's amazing.
89 to 99.
Unbelievable. Keep them coming, guys. The greatest sports triumphs of all time. We want to hear from you. Again, 888-710-4ISN. Bogusch says headlines. What's up?
And a development, guys, this morning with Nico Iamaleava. We're told that the former Tennessee QB is now in the transfer portal with a do not contact tag, which usually means the player already knows where he or she's going. So we're getting...
That's a real thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't know that.
DNR tag.
So we probably are...
Not DNR, Manny.
Oh, I apologize.
Should we go around the room and guess what school it is?
Yeah. Why don't we'll see who's right.
I think it's UCLA.
I don't have an educated guess. I was pulling for Tulane just for the logo.
They pulled out.
They did, yeah.
Just for...
Man, I was bummed when Belichick said no. I thought that could have been cool. You said UCLA.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna go with USC, I guess.
I mean, that'd be a home run for that dude.
Well, if you're gonna make less money, maybe you decide to go with Lincoln Riley and say, all right, well, if I'm gonna make less money, I'm gonna go to the quarterback kingmaker. Anyone else want to guess, EJ?
My educated guess was going to be USC.
USC.
Where's Nico going?
I'll go UCLA.
I wanted to say Oregon, but Dan Lanning's the one who called Josh Heupel to say they contacted me, because I was like, that could be. Dante Moore was fine at UCLA. It's not like he's got tons of starts under his belt, though.
Yeah, and Andy Staples told us yesterday Ohio State's not even going to look there, even though they haven't totally settled. Now the rule is you can't transfer within the SEC, so Alabama's out of the question too.
You know what's funny about that though? I would love to see that hold up in court right now.
Good luck.
Yeah, nothing holds up in court, because if you try to restrict anything the players do, a court just looks back at the 100-year hypocrisy of the NCAA and says, no.
Giggles.
In fact, they can do whatever they want. What else, Bo?
A quick NFL note. Potential Hall of Famer Tyron Smith will sign a one-day deal today to retire as a Cowboy. He played for the Jets this past season after 13 years in Dallas, making 8 Pro Bowls.
How about them Cowboys?
Trae Young didn't see the end of the Hawks' 120-95 play-in loss in Orlando last night. Ejected with 4:47 left for back-to-back texts for doing Trae Young things.
I told him I was sticking up for the squad, and I'm not going to let the rest frustrate me like that in our next game. I know we got a winner go home next, so I'm going to be ready. And I told the team I'm going to be ready for him, and we got to go home and take care of business.
Trae got tossed for throwing the ball kind of hard at ref James Williams, then kicking that ball away from another ref after Williams rolled it down the floor. Williams told a pool reporter post-game Young was making a mockery of the game.
Did he not just want to throw a chair, Bobby Knight style? Was there not one around that he could get his hands on?
So while the Magic claim the 7th spot and get to face the Celtics in round 1, the Hawks go home. They host the winner of tonight's Bulls Heat game on Friday. That one decides the 8th seed. The Grizzlies are the Hawks of the West, losing at the Warriors last night, 121-116, and now host the Kings or the Mavs on Friday. Interim head coach Tuomas Isalo.
There's nothing we can do to change this result anymore. So all we can do is try to learn from this and then apply it to the game 2 days from now. That's all we can do.
I could have had a better inbounds play.
Yeah, there's that. I didn't get his name right. I apologize. But I also can't understand the NBA's pronunciation guide thing on his name, so.
What is it?
So, I mean, his first name they have it just Tuo-MAS. So is it Tuomas?
Yeah, their version of Thomas.
Yeah, but so I apologize anyway. The Dubs get to rest before facing the Rockets in round 1. Jimmy Butler, 38.7 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals in the win last night. Did anybody, I know Manny did anybody pick Tyler Soderstrom in our home run derby?
Pitch. That swung on, drive to deep right field. Just looking up is Palacios.
He has done it again. A 3-run homer for Soderstrom, and the A's lead 9-3.
On A's radio, Soderstrom 2 3-run homers in last night's 12-3 win at the White Sox. He now leads the majors with 8 home runs.
Wow.
What did Matt Olson do yesterday for the A's?
I got a cheapie off Bryce Harper, hit it about just over the second baseman's head and went out. I mean, this is we all gonna have to combine to fight EJ's super team.
Well, I mean, EJ just was very smart and picked Aaron Judge.
No,
because
not.
No, he got Tatis, which was killing me too.
Yes.
But that's because Manny passed. And
Yes.
did you take Matt Olson number 1?
Yes, that's the headline. Manny was smart. I'm sorry, I'm dumb. EJ was smart along the way, but the first mistake, the headliner, is Manny using number 1 on Matt Olson.
I know. To be fair to Manny, though.
No, there is.
You were playing hurt that day.
Listen, man.
Number
1, yes, I
You
was.
were not 100%.
Stop it.
Number 1, yes, I was. Number 2, I'm going to refrain from this conversation. Abstinence is the best decision.
I don't like this connection between you two. Taking him on vacation, making excuses for one of the most terrible decisions ever.
Don't be mad at me because I'm bilingual.
That is not my issue.
You don't think Manny would fit in well on my next family vacation with my entire extended family?
I mean, if you need to have somebody making terrible decisions on your trip, then sure, he's your guy.
Olsen hit one last night, by the way.
Yes!
What an upset. How'd Mike Trout?
Matt Olson's probably going to hit 50 home runs. It's not like he's
hoping
some scrub.
That was my logic as well.
You had logic? I thought you were hungover. Pick something.
It was a little bit of both. You can have logic while you're hungover. Come on now.
No, the logic, it like floods back to you. It's when you're still under the influence that you have no logic. Once it's passed, then it all becomes too real.
Probably make my most salient decisions while I'm inebriated.
That reminds me of the Homer Simpson line. Alcohol, the cause of and solution to all of life's problems.
Yep.
The Padres took their first home loss last night, 2-1-10 to the Cubs. The Blue Jays scored 5 in the 5th to beat the Braves 6-3, and Corbin Carroll a grand slam in Arizona's 10-4 win in Miami. And from the NHL, the Maple Leafs clinched the Atlantic Division with a 4-0 win in Buffalo.
The Sabres stink.
The Wild and the Blues clinched the wild card spots out west. The only thing left to determine is the last wild card in the East. The Blue Jackets won again last night, so they've are 2 points behind the Canadiens with 1 game left to go.
Ooh, drama.
Back to you guys.
Cinema.
Appreciate that. Can I sneak in one more phone call here? We're asking for the greatest sports triumphs of all time. That's our great debate today. I would like to go to Marie, who's in Pennsylvania. Good morning, Marie.
Good morning. It's Mary.
Oh, sorry. It says Marie, but Mary?
Yeah.
Great to have you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Maggie, I'm going with your Miracle on Ice, but I'm going with it also because I have a little side story to go with it. 2 weeks before the Olympics, the Russian team was driving through Pennsylvania, Erie to be exact, and they had scheduled a hockey game with our Erie Blades for practice for them. And we all went, and patriotism was through the roof.
Wow.
So we always thought that was kind of cool that we got to see them 2 weeks before the actual game.
And do you remember how good they probably looked great, I'm assuming?
Oh, they looked great. We, of course, lost, but I can't remember the score, but it was just an exciting evening.
That is really cool. Mary, thanks so much for that. And that's fantastic.
That's a great story.
They're driving through Erie, Pennsylvania to get to Lake Placid, New York. That's Fetisov and
I think
Makarov.
I think they played NHL teams and killed them. So I don't know what they did to the Erie Blades on their way to Lake Placid.
Well, Mary couldn't remember the score, but it's amazing just to have that memory from 1980 is awesome.
The USSR bus is rolling through I-90.
Seriously.
Oh, literally. I-90 North, right there.
They actually made a documentary about Miracle on Ice from the Russian point of view. Have you guys seen this at all? No?
No, really?
Yeah.
In English or?
Yeah. And it was just how devastating it was to be on the loser side of that and the fallout. But so many of those guys had these long NHL careers who were on that team.
You know, Flyers have a fan. You guys ever heard Kate Smith sings "God Bless America"?
Of course.
That's because the Flyers were playing the Russians, and she sang it before. She was a famous opera singer.
Yeah.
And the Russians, I think they beat the Russians, and it was that was a miracle. Like, whoa, the Flyers who were really good. That's how good the Russians were. They were the powerhouse.
Okay, 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. So the greatest sports triumphs. You guys have such good ones here. Hang on the line. We're going to get to you. There's one I certainly want to get to when we get back, one we have not mentioned yet today. It's the Maggie Perloff Show.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. 15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back. Maggie Gray, Andrew Perloff. Great debate today is caught fire. Loosely based off of Rory McIlroy winning the Masters, we're asking what's the greatest sports triumph of all time? Now, nobody's putting Rory in that rarefied air, but, this was huge for him. And it got us thinking about even bigger things in sports.
Yeah. I think one thing about Rory, the emotion was there. That's what you need. You need something that really hits the feels.
I yesterday when we started talking about this topic, you said it's got to be something they could make a movie out of. Right?
Yes.
Like, that's got to be the bar. And this was not a feature film, but it was a riveting documentary. I want to go to Dave in Queens. Dave, your choice for the biggest sports triumph is what?
Well, probably the biggest, but I got to give this one. It's a big one in terms of perseverance. This man, Alex Smith, when he came back from in that leg situation, I mean, I don't even have a word to describe what that looked like. And then to come back, play very serviceable, and be a gentleman about it and give a lot of people inspiration. And it's comes back, wins comeback player of the year, and is just a gentleman all around. And it's like he was chosen to get this injury to give people inspiration, because he inspired me a lot when I saw that injury and that special. And when I saw the play, no one knew how bad it was. And that man gets my respect, and I'll give him always respect for the rest of my life. And good show, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. It's a great one. If I hadn't seen the documentary, we all know that Alex Smith broke his leg on the field. It was a compound fracture, which means the bone comes out, and he actually got infected because it was like those little bits of turf that got into it. But that's just the beginning of the story. He almost lost his leg. He had so many surgeries, and not just to get the ability to walk again, but to be able to play football again, which he did for the Washington football team when he got back on the field. But he has done so much for veterans who have had limbs amputated and things like that. He's really made this a part of his life. Obviously, it's an incredible story.
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole different genre. Incredible comebacks from injuries. There are other guys who've done similar things. I mean, that guy's career was done. He was good. Mm-hmm. He was really good when he came back.
He was the number 1 overall pick, Alex Smith.
To me, to fight through all that is incredible. I'm trying to think of other athletes who've done that, who you thought had such a bad injury they were never coming back, and then found a way. Tiger jumps to mind. I thought he was done.
I mean, Joe Theismann's leg broke on TV.
Yeah, he never played again.
Oh, yeah, he did not play again.
I think that might have been his
Leonard
last
Marshall.
game.
DeMar Hamlin.
Oh, well, DeMar.
Oh, jeez.
We didn't even think of DeMar. I just said DeMar who? One of the best moments
DeMar
in
DeRozan?
Buffalo Bills history. I mean,
DeMar Hamlin's a good one.
DeMar Hamlin's a great one.
Yeah.
And not just that, he's like a starter now. He was a 6th-round pick.
He was playing deep into the playoffs in significant plays.
No doubt.
Sean Livingston's another one, too.
Sean Livingston had a horrible one.
Oh,
Paul George.
Paul George, too. But you know who
compound fracture, I think, too.
Kevin Ware, the Louisville kid, never came back. Did he ever get back?
No, he played for another team in college. He transferred. And
he
played in the tournament.
Oh, so he did come back.
Yeah.
He
came back.
I
Wow.
think he had a very brief European career as well.
I mean, EJ's pick today was Magic Johnson, who, was all-star MVP and played after his HIV diagnosis. Different type of illness, obviously. That's not a broken leg or something like that. But you also have had, unfortunately, Lance Armstrong used to be thought of this incredible triumph.
He was the one.
Talk about inspiring millions of people with Livestrong, and then the whole thing. Not that, listen, he had testicular cancer. He did come back, and he did win the Tour de France. The story is great. The problem is the story is tainted because he was using PEDs.
It would have been the front runner.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think I had a yellow bracelet back in the day. I was into it.
Yeah. It was so inspiring. How could he do this, And it turns out it was built on a lie.
That's the opposite.
Nadal's in Dallas. Nadal, you're going to have to walk us through this one. What do you got for the greatest sports triumph?
All right, good morning. So, first of all, Alex Smith, always a Kansas City Chief, great story. The previous caller with Muhammad Ali, great story. that's a personal triumph to me because not only did I personally meet him, but I got to hang out with him in his hotel suite in summer '92 in Kansas City. So that was the greatest day of my life. I know I can say that because I know for a fact my wife and kids aren't listening.
No, meeting Ali is like meeting royalty, no doubt.
Yeah, I can give you the details on another day. But my contribution to the debate is Greece. Greece in 2004 European Cup. Manny can appreciate this. So they've never won a single game in a major tournament ever, let alone a trophy. Right. So they enter the European Cup as a huge underdog. They not only end up advancing, oh, by the way, a starter on that team, before the tournament started, scheduled his wedding, fully knowing and betting that they weren't going to advance past the first round. So not only did they advance, they get to the finale against the host Portugal and miraculously beat Portugal 1-0 in the finale. I don't know what happened to that guy and his wife. God bless them. I hope everything worked out. But, man, I think it was worth it. To me, it's worth it, man. A European Cup, Greece upsetting the world, just shocking the world.
That's awesome. Nadal, thank you. They're definitely not getting the deposit back.
And not to mention that Portuguese team had a young fella by the name of Cristiano Ronaldo as well. His first European tournament, his first international tournament, and the Greek beat them.
Man, that's amazing. 2004, big year for Greece. They had the Olympics that year, too.
Mm-hmm.
You were there, right?
I was.
I was looking at guys who came back from injury, and there's one triumph I think we all forgot about.
What?
A guy who pitched with a bloody sock in a World Series game.
Get out of here, bro.
Or was that the ALCS?
ALCS.
Yeah.
Kurt Schilling.
Kurt Schilling's on this list. Give me a break.
Well,
it goes Alex Smith, Kurt Schilling, and Bethany Hamilton, the surfer who lost an arm. Who does not belong on that list?
I don't know. I don't know if he deserves to be nestled in between those two.
That was a triumph at the time. That has a little bit of a Lance Armstrong vibe.
Well, yeah, Schilling is just such a polarizing guy now.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who don't think that the blood was real. That's how little credibility Schilling has.
It wasn't.
Well, you're just a bitter Yankee fan. Let's go to, how about Mike's in California? Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It's going great.
Good.
Good to hear from you, pal.
Hey, good to talk to you guys. So mine would be 1984 Olympics, Mary Lou Retton, going into the first time American women's ever going to have a chance to win the all-around individual gold, going into the last two events with the vault and the floor routine to score perfect tens in order to win by 0.05 points to give America that gold medal. And she, kind of like what you guys were talking about, nobody thought she was going to be able to pull it off because she'd had the knee injury 2 years prior in the World Cup. So I think she definitely would be a triumphant one.
Mike, it's great to hear from you. What have you been cooking lately? Mike is a fantastic chef and used to leave recipes on our Facebook page. What's on the grill these days?
I've been messing around with some different things. I've got something coming up this weekend that I never have thought of that I'm going to give a try for the first time, and that's smoked corn dog chili dogs.
I'm sorry,
you
what?
You take the corn dog and you split it in half, you smoke it, then cover it with smoked chili and cheese and serve them up as a smoked corn dog chili dog.
That's inspired, my friend. That is just, if you talk about a mic drop of a recipe, Mike, thank you very much. No pun intended there. Good to hear from you. A smoked corn dog chili dog. I'm not really much of a hot dog person, but...
There's a new trend of fancy hot dogs. There's like high-end hot dogs.
Yeah, like really super gourmet.
Yeah, I've been to, there's a place in Connecticut that's like a line out the door. It's pretty good.
So the thing, my whole thing about hot dogs is like, obviously we don't want to know what's in them, right?
Yeah. Okay.
But like something that bad for you shouldn't taste that good.
Know what the controversy is? There are a lot of no ketchup ever on hot dogs. There has to be mustard.
Ugh.
I've seen those people.
Oh, I hate mustard.
Really?
Might be worse than Tex-Mex food.
We know your disdain for Tex-Mex.
You hate mustard.
Can't stand it.
But there's so many different types. Brown, yellow, Dijon.
I say I don't discriminate. I discriminate with mustard. Ugh.
I mean, if we're going to get into the condiment debate, obviously more people hate mayonnaise. You're the first anti-mustardite I've ever met.
Big mayo guy myself. Hate mustard. Can't do that yellow stuff.
Huh. Well, we know if Manny ever loses a bet around here.
Oh, yeah.
Got some Goldens coming your way.
I love mustard.
Thank you, EJ Stewart. Busy day for you today. Handled all the phone calls today. Thank you, Manny Rodriguez, Andrew Bogusch, Andrew Kaplan. You guys on the phone's phenomenal. You can always leave us more of your greatest sports triumphs on our social media handles, Instagram, Maggie and Perloff, and also Twitter, X, Maggie and Pearl. And we'll see you tomorrow. Just a bad idea.